Hello, everybody. Let me move myself to the middle because that's where I belong. Happy Friday. Okay, let me introduce our panelists for tonight. We have Mistaken, Enas, the AP, Coach K, and I always get this mixed up because it's like an average man. Trigger Mike will be joining us along with Marcus. My name is Shan Monet, formerly known as Shantae, and this is a Chic critique. Y'all can unmute your mics now.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. This has been an interesting week for me, at least. How's y'all's week going? How
Mine's
was it?
about to go great now that I'm on break. Woo-hoo, for a week. I'm not even doing anything, and I'm just happy that I don't have to do anything.
Of course. That was me this week.
That's the best.
Mm-hmm. So today we are talking about, we can get to the point because average man is only here with us for a little bit of a time and want to use him as much as we can while he is here. So today we are talking about divestors and passport bros. Last time we talked about passport bros, we didn't have any on the panel and people was going all up down our throat. So today we decided to bring a passport bro on here, which is a legit thing to do. Like, I get it completely because we want to represent the right way and have a full understanding, clarity on exactly what is being a passport bro. So I'm going to hand it over. Can you just explain to us what is a passport bro from your standpoint, average man?
Well, from my standpoint, I just see it as another option as far as men that are seeking more traditional marriages, traditional situations, because that's something that's really not as plentiful in the States as it once was, and I'll keep it short. That's pretty much what it is.
Okay, you're looking for more traditional. Do you find that, I don't know, do you live here, or you live in the United States, or do you live in another country?
Oh no, I live in the States. I just recently came out to Colombia.
Okay, so do you find that Colombia, because I'm assuming that's where you like to go, correct? Are you finding that Colombian women are more traditional? Like, they don't
Uh,
have American Western ways?
well, I'll say this: there are some that do, but it's not the majority. I would definitely say if you were going for like the much younger women, you'll probably find that. But I'm 37, so I'm not over here looking for the 18, 19, 20, 21 year olds. I'm more in of that range of like 24 to 30, where I'm trying to find a woman that's a little bit more mature and kind of like knows what she wants and is ready to start a family and go for it.
Okay.
So you are at the point that you are looking to get married.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, good. Because I know a lot of times, what we see, because you're 37, so a lot of times we see passport bros who are not of age. They're probably a little younger, and so it's kind of like, oh no, I'm not really trying to get married. So they kind of give passport bros a bad name because that's something to. There are passport bros who are legitimately trying to find wives. They're going to other countries because they want more traditional, or there may be other reasons why, whatever they are, but they're going with good intent. And so
Yeah,
I think that that's where the cloud, it becomes a little, cloudy. People start to do like, oh, they're just doing this to damage those women, when in actuality there are men who are going for the right reason. So we want to put that out there. Anybody else have any questions for him before I get
I
into the
do. I
okay.
do actually. So are you closed-minded to the idea of finding an American woman? Is it strictly overseas? And I'd also like to know what your experience is like dating inside the U.S. with American women. I'm just curious.
well, I won't necessarily say I'm closed minded to finding it in the States. I think here's my thing with in the States. What I've come to realize is that in the States, with me being the age that I am, I don't have any kids. And when you're trying to find a woman in her 20s that's in the States, I don't know what it is, but it just seems like women in their 20s in the States, it seems like they're more focused on either themselves or they're just trying to have fun. And it's kind of like, well, look, I'm, 40 is right around, I mean, I'll be 38 next month. 40 is right around the corner. I don't got time to like trying to figure out what you want to do. It's like, and I'm a very straightforward person. Like, I don't, I'm a very transparent. It's like, look, this is what I'm trying to do. This is what I want to do. Either, you know, you're either gonna rock with me and get on my program, or I'm just gonna move on and find something else. But what I've realized is that since coming out here, the women seem to be a lot more serious, even at a younger age. They know what they want, and it's like they're really not on the. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like I said, there's younger women that want to have fun, but for the most part, majority of the women that I meet, for the most part, they want something serious. So I think that's my thing. I think for me personally, it's just my age range and the fact that I don't have kids and I want to start a family. It's just a lot harder to find marriage-minded women in their 20s. On top of that don't have kids because I just nothing against stepfathers, but I don't want to be a stepfather because stepfathers just don't seem to be appreciated now like they were back when I say when my dad met my mother, because my mother was a single mother when my dad met her, and she treated my dad very well. I mean, I was pretty much raised traditional. I mean, even though both of my parents worked and my mother was the breadwinner, like she still cooked every day and cleaned around the house. My dad took care of everything outside of the house. So that's what I saw growing up. So it's like when you try to bring that to a woman now, it's just I don't know. It's like they're really not accepting of it. So I'm just kind of like, well, I don't know. I mean, I just try to be a little bit more realistic about the situation, and it's kind of like why try to find a needle in a haystack when I could just go to another country where there's a haystack full of needles. That's kind of how I look at it.
So just out of curiosity, how long have you been a passport bro now?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Recently, uh, mm, like a month or two now.
Oh,
Like
you're
this,
fairly
this,
new.
this, like this, yeah. This is very recent for me. This is very recent for me. I mean, but I got into the space back in like last summer, but I got my passport in like September, October.
Oh, so you're just now starting to travel in general,
Hmm.
or okay, okay.
He said he was fed up with y'all, and I'm just get my passport, get up out of this.
Uh,
I ain't mad at
Now,
you.
where are you from in the States?
Cincinnati, Ohio.
Okay.
Same.
Are you
And
in Cincinnati?
Yeah. Yep.
Wow.
That's funny.
and you can correct me if I'm wrong, average man. It doesn't sound like you necessarily got fed up. It sounded like you wanted to open up your options.
Yeah, I
Is that
think
a
there's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I guess you could say that in a way because like I said, it's not like I'm completely closed off from meeting a woman in the States. I just wanted to open my options and just like I said, be a little bit more realistic because I understand women in the West, they just move different, and like I said, sometimes I just I hate to say this, but sometimes I just feel like I was just brought up in the wrong era. I mean, it's like women just really changed a lot as I got older, and it's just kind of like it's like I don't really match up with the group of women as far as the age range goes that I'm trying to choose from, because most women that are my age or in their 30s, they're either already married or they already have kids. So it's kind of like, as far as like choosing somebody, a woman in her 30s, it's like real slim pickings. And plus, I don't really want, like, the idea of my woman going through, a hard time trying to have children, in her 30s, because I've already dealt with, well, that's a whole nother story for another day. But I've already know what it's like to look forward to potentially being a father, only to have that turn around and taken away from you. I'll just put it like that. So,
Sorry to
that's
hear
that,
that, bro.
that plays a factor into it as well.
So, since you just said that, I do have a question because I that sparked a question in my mind. Just thinking about like what I've seen, like I know it's different, like on TV, like 90 Day Fiance. But one of the characters, or I don't want to say character, one of the people on there, basically the guy experienced that. Like you just said that you've you've experienced where to have thought that you had a child was taken away, but that was one of the things that I also heard too when you're dating abroad or having kids abroad, that, that can be a possibility as well.
Oh, really? Well, I'm like, I don't know anything about that specifically. I'm like, so what do you mean exactly? Kind of like a woman?
Well, in the situation that I'm thinking, it was kind of opposite, where the woman was from the States and the person she had got with and had a child by was in the other country. They had a kid, they were together, and then I guess things went left and she just took the child and went back to the States.
Mm, oh, you know what? Come to think of it, I think I have heard a story like that before too.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. There is the potential for that, but fortunate, for me, I guess it was kind of like a sweet and sour situation, because we weren't married at the time when that did happen to me. So I'm definitely going into this situation, married before I carry, or married before she carried, should I say. So that would definitely play a factor. I do not want to have children before I get married. I do not want to have kids out of wedlock.
Now, do
Do
you
you
intend? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach
no
Kim. No,
go
you go.
okay,
Because
fine.
last time,
I'll go real quick. I'll go real quick. Do you want to stay abroad?
that's
If
what I was going
you
to ask.
okay,
So
perfect. Or do you
good.
want to come back to the States if you do find like bring her back here?
Oh no, I definitely want to live abroad, because understanding the power of the U.S. dollar, and plus there are actually business opportunities overseas. Guys are investing in real estate, um, Airbnbs, things of that nature. So there are opportunities to build wealth outside of the states as well. And with the U.S. dollar being as strong as it is, why not take advantage of it? Like, sounds pretty smart to me. I mean, but I would always come back to the states and visit, because I would want her and my children to you know get to know my side of the family, and all that. But on top, but I wouldn't want to bring her back here to stay. No, no.
Mm.
So, if you don't mind my asking, with you being relatively new to that space, is there somebody mentoring you, help guide you through where to go, who to talk to, how to talk to them, how to have those conversations with people and families?
Oh yeah, 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 absolutely. Actually, one of the couples that I interviewed on my channel, she's actually from Barranquilla, so she's been a huge help as far as like guiding me around. And then, other fellow passport bros that are more experienced. I've leaned heavily on them as far as you know knowing the do's and don'ts. How to speak to women, how to you know speak to the locals, and just being respectful and being respectful of the culture and things of that nature. So yeah, I'm like definitely. I've definitely leaned on the more experienced guys a lot because like I say all the time, when like when the OGs shut up, I just listen. I mean when they talk, I just shut up and listen. Pretty much.
Well,
So
the
on
the reason I ask, I just want you to stay safe as you go through this journey. So make sure that
Absolutely.
you have people that you're in contact with, and hopefully a good mentor. I just want to throw that out there to you, brother.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What's
so
up? How y'all?
hey Marcus.
Hey.
So I had a question around that, talking about mentors. Are these men who successfully found wives, or are these men still on their journey to find a wife?
Oh no, like these are guys that have found wives. Not sure if any of you are familiar with Andre and Andrea Love Crossing Borders. He's a YouTuber. He's been married because they actually live in Cali, Colombia. I think they've been married for I want to say like 3 or 4 years now. So I'm like I lean on him a lot. Um, there's then there's the couples that I've had on my channel. One of them actually have a YouTube channel called Love, Purpose, and Passports. They're located in DR. And then, plus the couple that I had on my channel who the wife is from Barranquilla, where I'm currently at. So, I generally rotate between those three. And all those guys are, I think, like for the most part, I think all those guys are like in their 50s, and they're all married.
Are you concerned? Okay, so I know a lot of times when men are talking about women here in the States, they talk about, oh, they just want you for their money, for your money, blah, 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 blah. Is that a same concern for you dating abroad?
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, at the end of the day, you got to understand the economic situations in these other countries, and I get that. But I also understand female nature, and at the end of the day, um, a man is always going to be valued on what he produces. Men don't go to women looking for security; it's the other way around. But at the same time, you have to have a sense of awareness and understand that where you are, the women are gonna, you know, they are gonna move a certain way, and you just got to pay attention to the signs. And even being down here now, I've come across that where I might be talking to a woman, and let's say she might ask me for some money before I even met her, and then it's like, okay, that's a red flag. So, these are the kind of things that I've talked about on my channel, like what red flags to look out for. And it's like I dealt with the same thing in the States, so it's like it's really not much different. It's just
Yeah,
that
that's why I asked, because I
yeah,
know that very reason here it's frowned upon, but it appears that when men go abroad, then that's no longer a concern. When I'm like, I've heard that that's pretty much the same thing, if not more, just because of, like you said, living situations. So, the opportunity to run into that is the same. So that's why I asked.
yeah,
Um,
I agree. It's definitely happening down here. Yeah, definitely.
how has your family and friends in the States reacted or responded to you becoming a passport bro, just to be short?
You know what? That's a really, really good question, Coach K, because my friends, they were pretty cool about it. Um, I think it was my mother who like really kind of like had a hard time taking it. Um, but I'm her only son. She's just being a mom, and I get it. Um, I think more than anything, she was just more concerned about my safety because I'm going to an entirely different country. Different laws. Same thing that you do in the States, you can't do in these other countries. But you know, I mean, at the end of the day, as long as you respect the culture, respect the people, um, you really won't have any issues. And just kind of stay out of the way, watch your back. Know how to move. and I really don't, move around too much by myself. I mean, I generally move with like a pack of people, so just one of those things you just got to look out for. And since like even since being down here, I'm like I talk to my mom at least once or twice a week just to stay up on things because she is taking care of my dad because my dad had a stroke my senior year in high school and lost his speech, and his health is just kind of like gone downhill ever since. So even still, I gotta I check in with her just to check in on him as well. So yeah.
So, I hope he's doing well. I just want to say that the passport bros get a bit of a bad rep, um, you know, accused of sex tourism and all of that stuff. So, what's one thing or a few things that you want to share about the passport bro life that you feel like people don't know or aren't talking enough about?
Um. Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked that question because this is something that I wanted to clear up for a while. Guys that only go for sex, we those are called sex packs. We don't really call them passport bros. Passport bros are generally guys that are trying to find serious relationships, and then eventually marry, and build a legacy. I think I think the mix up is when it comes from guys like, let's say, Austin Holloman. I think the reason why he got a bad rap is because he's only 23, and and I'm not gonna lie to you that it kind of triggered me because I was thinking to myself like, okay, I get it, you know, but I'm like, I really don't know a lot of women in the states at the same age that are like thinking, oh, I want to get married right now. So it was like, for me, in my opinion, it kind of came off kind of hypocritical. But there are some older guys that are going overseas just for sex. But passport bros, what we've I mean, we can't control what everybody else do. We don't de-police people. We just tell people to be safe. And at the end of the day, we try to separate ourselves from those guys. That's why we call those guys sex packs. We don't call them passport bros.
I just wanted to. I think that the problem with when he says he's going over there and he's 23 is I know in America people like to get married at an older age. So to us, it's like, okay, you're 23, have fun. But if we're talking about going to another country where maybe marriage is influenced at an earlier age, you don't want to mess with a young chick who has that type of mentality and bring her into Western ways because then that's going to damage her from the opportunity that she has amongst her people, her culture. So I think that that's the reason why, we're not saying, he's any different from people who are in America. We're just saying, don't take your American ways and take them to another country. And then there's a reputation that American people over there are doing this, this, and this because you screwed up for people. When in actuality, you have people like you who are really there to do, the right thing is to date with intent. So I think that's the issue.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. If you put it that way, that's a fair critique. That's a fair critique.
I don't know if you answered this already, but how different has it been like the approach, like when you approach women in America versus when you approach them when you're in Colombia?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Colombia, how
Um.
different you approach them?
Oh man, it's night. It's literally night and day. It's like the women don't come off as closed off. I mean, even the fact that I mean, my Spanish isn't really that good down here, because I recently just started picking it up again. I'm like, even the fact that I only know a little bit of Spanish, they're like very open to helping me. They're very patient, um, and just very welcoming. I mean, like they have this like a pre-parade called La Quachena, and like the women that I was meeting out on the street, like even though I didn't know a whole lot of Spanish, they were just very welcoming and very interesting, and you know it was like you can give them a compliment without them like kind of coming off like ugh, like why is, you know what I mean? Like versus in the States, it seems like, you know, a compliment is only accepted unless, you know, that woman reciprocates any kind of attraction to you versus, you know, I'm giving women compliments down here and it's like it might not be any kind of intent of me trying to approach or, you know, try to talk to you, but just, you know, just being friendly. You know what I mean? Like it's really night and day. It really is.
So like I know they say because from some of the complaints I've heard from men is that in America you need like game and swag and to be a superhero, right? I've heard them say that a whole lot where they like I gotta make money, I gotta be funny, I gotta be tall, I gotta be attractive, and in order just to have a halfway decent wife. Do you like if you were to compare like if you were able to get like a 6 in America, what do you think that would be in Colombia for you?
An eight, easily.
So
An
go up
eight,
to
an eight, easily. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm like the women that I've spoken to. I'm like you. If you, the women that I've talked to, if you put these women in the states, they, they probably, good lord. I'm like guys in the states will probably see them as nines and tens. Um, they will probably get overwhelmed, and eventually their ego will probably balloon, and they will probably end up getting westernized, in my opinion. But I would say, yeah. I mean, if you can get a 6 in the states, you can easily get an 8 overseas. It's like that for real. What I've noticed is that um, they're not really they don't really make that a priority as much as the women in the states. It seemed like over in other countries, well, at least what I've been in Colombia, I don't know. It seems like they seem like they value character and consistency a little bit more. So it's like, you know, it's like as long as you're, I don't want to say constantly like giving them attention, but you know, just letting them know that you're interested. You don't have to play that game of, oh, I don't want to hit her up too much because she's going to think I'm too thirsty, or, you know, I'm going to wait this amount of time to hit her up so that way she doesn't think I'm too thirsty. It's like you can just kind of, you can just kind of be yourself, and, you know, just as long as you're just respectful and be a gentleman, like for real, you can win. For
Okay.
real.
I got a quick question. You're 23. How
Oh,
much
no, I'm
opportunity?
37.
Austin
Oh, you're
is.
37. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I was
right.
referring to Austin.
Solomon was 23. Okay. How much travel have you done in the United States? Have you been coast to coast? And because what I've learned, I've been coast to coast, north to south. Each section of the country has its own personality, and inside of those personalities, you got different types of women. Have you take done the same type of due diligence that you're doing overseas, stateside?
Be brutally honest with you. No, I haven't. I mean, I've definitely traveled in the states. I've been to Florida, Atlanta. I recently went to New Orleans back in September. Went to Utah in like what was that, like June. Um, I wouldn't say like coast to coast because I've never really been to the West Coast. Be honest with you, I don't think West Coast women are for me. Um, I mean,
why you
just
say
based just based. I don't know. It just West Coast women just seem to come off like they're very, very high maintenance. I don't know what it is, and I mean,
Not all.
like I said, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. I mean, if Coach K is from Cincinnati, Ohio, I'm like she probably has a better idea of what my kind of speed. You know, if you're from the Midwest, you know, you're typically not really looking for that super high maintenance, fast paced kind of woman. You're looking for more of a chill. I mean, I'm a very chill, relaxed dude, so um, I would say, if it came down to stateside, honestly, I would probably be thinking South Side. You know, I've always liked Southern women. You know, I've always appreciated the Southern hospitality. You know, 'cause I've been to Texas before as well, So I mean, like I said, I'm always open to it, but I mean, because I will agree with you. Based on what part of the country they're from, there could be different personalities. Like I remember hearing one YouTuber, I think, let's see, Real Film Sapien, she was saying, like the best bet is probably to go Midwest. So I mean, Cincinnati, Ohio is kind of like,
It's a nice mix.
it's a nice mix, but like it's
Not as I guess hospitable and probably open and welcome as the South, for
yeah,
sure. But you
yeah,
do get a lot of different, yeah.
Well, it's just that again, I've traveled a lot, and if I'm going to do something, let's say I'm going to do something diligently, like my goal now, right, is to get married, have a family. If I'm going to do that, I I would first consider all of my options where I'm at before I hopped on a plane and flew somewhere else to pick up a different culture. Because one of the things that I don't know if any of you passport bros even really put a lot of thought into, especially if you're going to stay in the other country. I understand the money aspect, but there's a piece of you that's here. And what you will, what I think you will get to find out is that you're going to have little urges. For example, I was we're going to get to this later in the show, but I dated a white woman, right? And I would have urges to go play spades because that's just what I used to do. And I know that's something small, but she wouldn't understand, like, why? Well, shit, that's what we used to do, right? So it's just those are things to keep in mind when you're over there. Not only now are you making that international telephone call to just catch up with one of your old friends, you can't just go, let's say, next door to catch up with one of your old friends. And their culture is going to be so different. It's one thing to sample the culture and love the culture because Japan is gorgeous, just throwing it out there. But it's one thing when you go visit, it's another thing when you live there, and you'll I imagine you'll likely start to miss some of the culture that is in fact here stateside. So just keep that in mind as you journey, bro.
yeah. It's funny you mentioned spades too, because I love playing spades. Damn,
I
damn.
was gonna ask. I know we're talking about the women there, but how have the men, I guess, received or responded? Because I know, like, in certain neighborhoods, growing up, like guys would not allow other dudes from certain other neighborhoods in that neighborhood to mess with the chicks from there. So is that an experience that you've had, or they seem to be just as welcoming and don't care?
I actually had
So
that experience.
yeah, oh my bad, bro. I was gonna say actually, I have not experienced that yet. I mean, for the most part, they have been very welcoming, very helpful. Um, and I guess the fact that I've taken the time to brush up and try to learn more Spanish. I think that's helped too. Um, and that's something that I advise for a lot of people that have traveled, because when you show that you're taking the time to at least try to learn the language and take in the culture, I'm like, they appreciate that a lot. I mean, that's both male and female, but I think with the males, I think they definitely makes you makes them more accepting of you. And so I'm like, so far I have not experienced that yet whatsoever.
So I'm mistaken. I actually did experience that when I was in Lebanon. They like have a real like color, like it was like a colorist type of scenario where the men in there was extremely protective of the women when you would be out in the clubs, to the point that they're trying damn near jump you, like
Mm.
they're riling them up or trying to insult them about dealing with like black men, or I don't know if it's because I'm American or black, but it kind of was a racial caste
Both.
system.
It was both.
Yeah, and when I was living in the Dominican Republic, though, I did not experience it. I really think it depends on the place you at and the culture of the people. Um, So yeah, I don't think South America is as bad as probably some of the places in the Middle East.
Yeah, I agree with you because I've been told that I kind of blend in here because you'll see a lot of people down here that are like the same skin complexion as me, in some cases even darker. And the fact that I do know a little Spanish kind of helps me blend in even more too. So yeah, that's probably why I haven't experienced that down here.
Yeah,
So we're gonna wrap this up. Does anybody? Because I know he has to go, and I want to show this video. So does anybody have a question? Okay.
one more thing. Is
Okay.
it
Marky Mark, then Enos.
okay? So one of the things I noticed in comparison to divestors and passport bros, right? Um, it seems to me that a lot of the passport bros are still looking for black women outside of America or versions of like Afro Latina or other real dark skinned women. And it's not that they hate black women per se. It's that they really are just trying to get a different mindset. Um, the divestors kind of seems a little different. Can you speak to what you think the differences are between the two movements?
Oh man, absolutely. I mean, for real, if you want to, I'll stick around to talk about the whole divestor situation because I definitely want to
Well,
chime
we
in on.
would love you to.
Yeah, because I got a few words for them. They probably ain't gonna like, but yeah, definitely. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to come to Colombia first. Um, and eventually I want to, I'm like go to Africa as well. That's one of the main things. Black men still want to be with black women. There's actually more black people in Brazil alone than there are the whole United States, and a lot of people don't know that. So I probably would want to see Brazil as well. And I would say the big difference is the divestors are pretty much kind of like we're completely detaching ourselves from black men in general. And one of the things that I hate the most that they say is that they want to unalive black male fetuses, and that's like some of the most disgusting things I've ever heard, which is one of the reasons why I don't understand why the passport bros get so much pushback, because you don't hear anything like that said in this space. Nothing whatsoever. You don't hear passport bros saying, "Oh, we want to get rid of a whole gender of women." Like, no, we're not saying anything like that. We're just going to countries where women, in most cases, women of other African descent that have traditional mindsets, and that's pretty much all it is. That's the main difference between, I would say, passport bros and divestors.
So real quick, because I know that I think that the people that you affiliate with in the passport roles, I do think that you guys are more you guys are doing it the right way. But I have heard people, and I don't know if they're true passport bros, who have kind of knocked, black women as well, to state their purpose of being passport bro. So, and I don't know much about the divestors, but I've heard that comment. I think it was what's the head divestor's name? What's the lady's name?
Uh, Cynthia G.
Cynthia G. So I've heard that people. I haven't seen the episode myself because I don't really follow her, but I've heard that she made that statement. As far as the divestors are concerned, and you're right. I've never heard Passport Bros say something that to that level, but I have heard them say things to knock one. Oh, I don't deal with black women because blah 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 blah. But you said it so eloquently, which is totally different from the way they say it. And I think it's all about how you say it.
So I'm going to step in here, Shan. An average man can maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there are some people whose definition of black is strictly in like the ADOS context, where it's only American black women. They don't consider black, it's like more of a political term than an actual like race or ethnicity, right? So I think sometimes when some of those people say those things, it's not to black women across the globe, it's specifically towards black American women or black African American women.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I mean, because it's really getting to the point now where I mean, I'm like one of my subscribers recently just sent me a video of a woman from Kenya, like clapping back at Black American women. I mean, and that's one of the things that we try to stress in this space is that when we say Black women, we're not talking about Black women across the globe. I'm like, is Black American women specifically, and not to say that all Black American women are under that umbrella of the certain traits that we discuss, but like I was saying earlier, like why try to find a needle in a haystack when you got a haystack full of needles elsewhere? So yeah,
So,
but I agree
Go
with you.
ahead, Marcus, and then I'm gonna do the super chat, and I want to show this video. Go ahead.
So what I think really messes it up is we live a lot of our life on social media, a lot of that times nowadays. And the women that, in my opinion, typically be the type of women that men are looking for, they not heavily fixated on social media. So it's really hard to see those Black women because they not gonna make it. I've heard them say things like, "I'm making it a point not to show my body if I even am on there," so they won't ever feed into the algorithm of women that men would come across. So like if you're looking for American Black women, you're probably going to have to get outside. Not you per se, but just men in general. You're going to have to get outside and interact in spaces that aren't like the hot spot, like the club and all of that. Like that's just been my observation.
Yeah,
Friends,
I agree. I
yeah.
agree. I never been much of a club person anyway. I mean, to be honest with you, man, to be honest with you, I was dating outside of my race, you know, in the States. So it's not like, it was never like I didn't expand my options. I'm I'm like, because that's why it was so funny when Coach K said that she was from Cincinnati, because I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I'm pretty sure I dated a woman that looked like Coach K at some point in time. So I'm like,
Coach
I'm
K,
like,
you
dead,
know him?
dead.
The Midwest look. I don't know.
Yeah. No, shout out to the Midwest women. I ain't gonna. That's like
Yeah,
the other side, but I will say the
hey,
Midwest women real grounded and chill. I met
yeah,
chill women everywhere, but I got to stand up
For
for
the
my
most part.
Midwest women too.
They're most of them are feminists though, I'll tell you that.
I
mm-hmm,
really?
mm-hmm,
Yeah, like
Um.
mm-hmm. Oh
yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so I have a video to show. Okay, so sit tight.
What exactly did the passport bros actually do to anybody?
Let me answer this question. Because I actually married a foreigner. Yeah. And he was 100% financially for my bills. He took care of my child financially to the point that my daughter says she has two daddies. He's very active in her life, even though we haven't been together. And he's a great father. You ain't never heard me get on the internet and say, ladies, you want a good father for your children? Get your visas and your passports. You want a man that's going to pay 100% of your bills? Well, get your visas and your passports. You want a because all these men here in America ain't shit. All these men here in America, all they do is sit around and get women pregnant and up and leave. All these men over here are abusive, ain't no good. You better off getting your visa and your passports and leaving the country if you want a good man.
So let me put this because I hate this. Sorry. So, you guys, I think that again, I see that you're quite different than many passport bros that I've seen. But we do want to address those other passport bros or people who claim to be passport bros. And I think that this woman has a good point. Like, even if I know for me, even if I date, I know for me, if you ever see me with a white man, it is not my intent to go bash Black men for the white man. It's just like, oh, this guy I fell in love with. He's great. I love him. So why do you think that they do that? The people who do that, feel the
Um.
need to bash.
Well, I don't know. I mean, here's my thing. I've always said on my channel, I've always looked at it as comparing and contrasting and just kind of like, showing guys the difference between, the cultures in other countries versus the culture that we have here. And I understand, you know, there are guys that can probably go pretty extreme. I mean, hell, there might be some people that go to my channel and probably say I'm a little bit extreme. Um, but what I will say is that how can I put this? I don't. I just don't. I don't really see it as bashing if there's any kind of if you can back it up with any kind of statistics or truth, then I really don't see it as bashing because if I say, okay, like for example, if I say, um, you know, only a small percentage of black men are responsible for all the kids born out of wedlock, but black women want to lump most black American men with all these other men, even though there's more there's more black American men that are single and childless versus black American women that are single and childless, even though black American women outnumber black American men. See, if I say something like that, I don't see it as bashing or anything, but there might be some women out there that might see it that way simply because it puts them in a negative light. So if I say something like that, I don't see it as bashing. Now, if I see a guy going off the same way the girl you just played in the clip, okay, that might be a little bit extreme. It's gonna be like, oh, okay. Then I can kind of understand why a woman might feel a way about that, but I don't know. I mean, I guess it's like you said. It's about how you say it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Average man, did you ever see the original bylaws or like the rules or code of conduct for the like passport bros movement? They had like a page back in the day. I just tried to find it. Did you ever see that page where they had like the rules of
Uh,
what they didn't want to date? Some of the language was kind of,
uh,
you know what I'm talking about?
nah, I
What?
don't remember that. I do remember seeing one about SYSBM that kind of because I remember doing a reaction to it,
Maybe
but
that's it. Do you remember those rules?
They like
yeah,
10.
yeah, they were like tenants. It was like 20 of them. I remember doing a reaction to them. I'm not gonna lie to you. It was some of the verbiage. It was kind of like it was, in my opinion, it was just kind. I thought it was just like for the sake of entertainment. But
Okay.
I mean, to be honest with you, I really couldn't disagree with too much of it.
So we're just gonna skim over the fact of what this lady was just saying.
Wait, I
Jesus
just have one
Christ.
thing. Can you guys get them likes up? We have over 200 people here and we only have 81 likes. Get them likes up.
But like at some point as a female, you got to figure out what it is about you that's attracting whatever it is that is giving you the results that you're getting. What the hell was she talking about? In my particular circle, I don't know any men that are what she described. I don't know any. So if a female wants to go get her passport and find love, I'm cool with that. But at the same time, you're just gonna simply, like a average man just said, kind of lump us all into that one category of ain't ish men that you found your whole life. What the hell was
No,
that?
I think you
No.
misunderstood what she was saying. Do you
I
want
may
me to read
have.
it again?
Yeah, you did. She
She was saying
was
the opposite.
basically comparing like
Yes.
it appears that black men who are saying that they're going overseas to find other women, they do that at the expense of trying to degrade black women at the same time. What she's saying is she's dated, somebody foreign, and it was never about I'm dating because all black men ain't ish. That's what she was saying. She was comparing it to, like, if you're gonna go date and do what you're gonna do internationally, just go do that and enjoy it. You don't
You
need to
know,
do that and then at the same time be disrespectful about black women in your process.
Yeah. Anybody else going? So I just talked about this on my show earlier. I don't know if y'all caught it. Um, Definitely all smoke for any dude that's coming out and saying black women this, black women that. But it's kind of weird. Aren't black people the most? I'm sorry. Aren't black women the most race loyal women? Right. And I think black men actually call black women what black women call themselves. Black women try to make themselves their own ethnic group. Right. So sometimes when you say black women, you got to realize no other man really has to you say those terms. They either say women Latino men say Latinas. They generalize, but black women decided to call themselves black women, so they can't really get mad when people use the term to describe that. But I also want you to understand that even though I believe those black men should not be degrading black women and attacking them personally, go and really watch some of these videos. They never, not a majority of them are not doing that. The thing is that people know black women are the most race loyal. So when black men talk about what they want, you automatically attribute it that they're talking about against black women. When they talk about what they won't accept, you automatically attribute it to black women won't do it. It's a connection cognitively that we're making because we're because of the things that we're suffering from. The greatest 70% single motherhood rate, highest divorce rate among educated women. It hurts. It's like a stabbing needle because we are more intense in saying what we won't accept because it's affecting us the worst. You understand? So I think they're making the connection that yes, black women are the most race loyal, so therefore they have to be talking about black women. Every time a black man talks about what he wants, black women get upset. They literally don't have to be saying anything about women. The connection will just be made.
I saw
right?
Ken.
So I want to clarify something. I don't know that it's 70% of black women are single moms. I know there's 70% of black kids are born into single parent households.
Yeah, you're right.
But not 70% of black women are single moms.
You're 100% correct.
So
I saw
I'm
a
gonna jump in.
episode, right? And there was a guy. He said he made like I think 220K or something around that metric. He was about 6'2". The women thought he was attractive, but once he started listing what he wanted, they immediately just start bashing the man, saying he don't want black women, he hate black women because the things he listed was fit, feminine, friendly, and natural hair. That's all he said, and they attacked that man. I'm talking about. I wish I pulled the video up. I'm in the comments too because I'm like, no, black women fit this criteria. I don't know where you think black women can't wear their natural hair. Some black women actually do this. But for y'all as the women to look at that and get that mad at that man, I thought that was wild.
So let me say this, right? Because I think there's two separate conversations that happen. Yes, that is true. And there are some women that are especially loud because they feel like every man should be attracted to them. But when black women are having this conversation, that isn't really the conversation that they're having about the guy who's talking about his preferences. What black women are talking about when it's like, I think Average Man talked about like the compare and contrast. It's, these are my preferences because black women X, Y, and Z. Like it's direct shots while making the label, right? Like it's, why do you prefer Hispanic women? Well, because black women are loud and black women are unsubmissive and black women, it's never about hate. Hispanic women are more submissive. Hispanic women take better care of themselves. Hispanic women are family oriented. Like that's never the conversation, or let me not say never. That's not typically the conversation. It's typically geared towards defaming black women instead of actually talking about what it is they're specifically looking for without putting black women in a negative light. And I think that's where Shannon and I think Mistaken were kind of guiding towards the conversation about the specific people who say black women when they're asked about preferences about other races.
So I don't know I don't know the rate at which it happens on either end, but what I would like to ask everybody here is that, do you think it can happen without the actual dig to black women, without black women getting upset? Do you think black men can actually talk about their preferences in other women without black women making it about themselves? I have not seen it yet.
Well,
I think that when people, I don't think when people get on and I've heard them say Western women, and I get that because that's everywhere because I think it's an American culture. It's not just black, it's American culture. And so when you say Western women, okay, it's not like only black women are doing this. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's the Western culture. And I get that that's kind of what Average Man was saying when he opened up of why he's a passport bro. And you can't argue with that because we do have a culture that's probably not the same anywhere else. And you can own up to that. It's just that when you take a select group as if they're the only people who are doing that, in the culture and make it a Black woman thing when in actuality it's American thing. You know, we're not the only ones who are doing whatever it is that we're doing. We got it from somewhere. It's an American thing, and I think that's more accepted than just saying it's a Black woman thing.
Yeah, so
Indeed.
like they had these stats about, well, not even the tropes about Black men are the worst fathers and we abandon our kids and all of this stuff, right? That played in my head my entire life to the point that I'm a over parent, right? When women hear these things, do they like piss y'all off to the point where you say, you know what, I'm gonna course correct so hard, I'm gonna become the standard? Or is it like, that's not me, I don't care, or I don't want you anyway? Like, how do y'all, you know what I'm saying, in general handle that, out of curiosity? Like, it doesn't have to be you specifically or somebody that you know when they hear these
Well,
things.
I know by default, what we're hearing is that some men course correct so hard they throw fire back at Black women. But that's all I'll say about that. But who me? But I think what you're alluding to is very important because not only has that narrative been pushed, and Black women have been so. I'm not saying that it's something that Black men should retaliate on, but you got to remember that the Black male voice was missing from media, or has been for 30 years. It's just now coming back. Most of the men that are talking are trying to correct that narrative. That's what my whole show was about. Literally just saying my side. Like, yo, this is how I feel. This is how I parent. This is what my priorities are. Now, I do think what, like Marcus said, some men will course correct so hard that they're still upset that they've heard that their whole life. And I'm going to tell you right now, not only am I personally upset at it, I believed it for so long because we love Black women so much that we figured everything that you were talking about, you experienced. When I grew up finally to realize that you don't even have to experience it to use it as a spear to talk down about Black men. You don't even know anybody that might have experienced it, but you heard something about it, or your homegirl experienced it. So you just want to exacerbate it out to the public as a narrative about Black men. That affects me in so many ways. People still clear the sidewalk when I walk at night because of Black women. That's going to make some Black men angry. And unfortunately, you'll see that negatively characterized in these spaces. What I mean is that they all think I'm a robber. Every Black man on this panel, when he walks in between cars and they're too close together, you hear those doors shut, right? I'm telling you right now, it's a lot of negative stereotypes pushed out there about us, which make us so sensitive.
I agree, but can I also
blame
say
that on
this?
Black women?
Well, that's what I was about to say.
I can't follow you
I
there.
agree. Stereotypes have been pushed, media wise or whatever. But just like when we get on Black women about they're not making it any better when they're twerking and being all loud, doing all of that in public. You don't think men have some responsibility for pushing those same stereotypes when they are, walking around with their pants down or appearing to be aggressive, robbing, like that kind of stuff? I think we all contribute to our own demise.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. At some point, you have to stop feeding into it. Like I was saying, the voice, there's been an overrepresentation of those type of Black men, and too many of us that did not live that life and strive to live a life opposite to that are affected by it. I hold Black women personally accountable for their role in it, from what I said previously, to where they will talk down about Black men about things they didn't even personally experience. Right? I don't believe that's something men do at all. Like, men are usually talking about their own experience. So it's not a tip.
So I think
Right.
that so there were two things that you said, and please correct me if I'm wrong. We were talking about fatherhood, correct? You came in talking about fatherhood. I'm talking to Mike.
Oh, me?
Was it the fatherhood that you brought up?
No, that was Marcus talking about fatherhood a little bit.
Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think probably the opposite of what you're saying, Trigger Mike. Like, y'all just got finished talking about the stats and how many single moms there are. So if it's that amount of single moms, I would think that they are probably talking about that when they're saying men ain't ish, because maybe it's because they're in the situation that the men that they happen to have children with are not there. So they are maybe speaking to that experience if they're a single mom.
So
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so I think that was a great question, Marcus. Um, and just kind of bring it back to the question itself. I think that the people who complain and criticize are always the loudest people. You don't typically focus on the people who agree with you, who are just, and I think Trigger Mike, you said it on your show earlier today, like, or maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember, it was sometime this week. Um, you don't hear from the people who are doing that work because they're busy doing the work. You hear from the people who have the luxury of time to sit there and complain about things. So it's not that all Black women hold that point of view on Black men. It's not that all Black men hold that point of view on all Black women. Is that the people who genuinely don't believe those things are out here exercising the fact that they don't believe it instead of being on the internet screaming or typing that this is how they feel, right? And so there's just this oversaturation of negativity that sits on the internet because the people who don't care for that negativity are just out there living in silos.
So do you think which do you think it's a loud minority or a loud majority in terms of those who are talking like that?
Whew. As I like to say, not all, but way too many.
Mhm.
Way too many. You know.
I think it's more of like a I think that it's a loud minority, and this is why I'll say that, right? Because I think there's also a minority of people who are quiet and think the opposite. But I think there's a whole lot of I think the majority of people are indifferent and will move based on what's current, what's cool, what's whatever, right? I think the people who are on either extreme are both minorities.
Can I
So
chime in on
my
that real quick?
go ahead.
Mhm.
I just because I keep hearing the word minority in terms of this whole single mother situation. And as far as the Black community goes, there's only a small minority of Black men that are responsible for all these single mothers in the first place. I'm just going off of the stats. I see your reaction.
So where did you get that? Because the only stat I was able to find was Pew. And with the Pew, which I would drop in the back, that was the only, and I mean, I search high and low because that's what me and Mistaken do. And that was the only one. And obviously that was in 2011. I tried to find something more up to date because then they're going to bring those 20-year-olds, those 18-year-olds up. I will say that there are less young men who are having kids out of wedlock. I will say that, which brings that number down. But if we're talking about our generation or, before that moment, those stats were pretty high, meaning he may be married now, but he at least had one kid out of wedlock. And that's what they were taking in consideration. So he has one kid who doesn't live in the household with him, or maybe he does live in a household, but that kid was born out of wedlock. And I'll be more than happy to drop that stat. And it was like 71, 72%.
Okay, well, I got my stats from Black demographics, but even if you take the stats that you're finding into consideration, you still have to consider that there are more Black men that are childless than Black women, and Black women outnumber Black men by millions, by like a couple
Yeah.
million.
Yeah.
So I
So let me
mean,
ask you a question, because this is going to take it off topic. So we're talking about Black demographics. My question is, if we know that having kids, the best time to have kids is early 20s to 30s, right? And marriage rates are low. Only 48% of Black men have married or who married over time. Are you suggesting that those women just don't have children until a man decides he wants to marry them? And I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying, so what will be a good, you know, something reasonable or realistic for women who want to have children? Because there are women who want to have children and they're an older age, and it's like, well, I don't have nobody's asked me to marry. So it's kind of like I'm like, I don't know if I should have a kid. Is the husband more important? So that's a real dilemma that women face because our marriage rates are low.
well, in my personal opinion, I would say you should be trying to get married and have kids before you turn 30. That's just kind of how I see it. I know because I think the average marriage age is like for women is it like somewhere between like 28, 29 years old now?
Yeah,
Last time I
it has gone up to around 28, where previously it was around 21. So that's a big jump. But even in these spaces, we hear that men aren't ready to marry until they're in their 30s. So if that is the case, then I don't understand. Like, we can't have it both ways. You can't say, well, I'm looking for a woman that doesn't have any kids, that's in their 20s, ready to get married. But then on the other hand, you're in your 30s, like you just said, you're 37. Now you're looking, and you're
so
looking for the younger woman. So in that regard, the other women that's in between that age that would have been your age, they're waiting and they're being overlooked. So it's like, for some, I would assume they're wondering, well, I know I want a child. And so what do I do in that situation? And I don't think that I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's the vast majority. I think that's a small minority of women that probably like, well, I'm getting to an age, I haven't found a husband, but I know I want a child, so I'm gonna do that. I think most of our situation is just not being proactive in protecting ourselves and making sure that we don't get pregnant.
So
okay,
mistake.
okay. I want to respond to that real quick. This is one of the reasons why I try to push the age gap dating thing, and this is one of the reasons why I wanted to travel abroad, because this is one thing that I've learned in this space. It's actually better for women to look for a man that's probably, I would want to say, around my age when they're in their 20s, because as far as what you're looking for and as far as long term, kind of aligns a lot better. Because a woman in her 20s, in her peak value, it makes more sense for her to look for a man that's probably around my age, a little bit older, because you're looking for the same thing. Therefore, there's not a disconnect. Versus, like, let's say I'm in my 20s, because I'll be honest with you, me personally, I grew up blue pill as hell. Like, I wanted to get married by the time I was 21, but it just never worked that way because I was just really naive about women. I didn't know anything about women. And because I didn't know anything about women, I got to run around a lot. But as far as the age gap dating thing, I think women in these other countries understand that. That's why you typically see younger women with older women more often in these other countries, because those women understand that the men their age, more than likely, they're probably not looking to get married simply because, I mean, they just don't have that mindset. They probably don't know what they want. They probably not financially stable. There's other factors that kind of play into that, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was. I mean, like, if I had a daughter and she was in her early to mid 20s, I would tell her, you need to be looking for somebody in a man in their 30s if you really want to get married right now. Otherwise, by the time you get in your late 20s, early 30s, it's going to be a little bit harder for you, because a man that age, that's older and ready to settle down, he's probably going to look for a woman a little bit younger.
Let me
I
just
just
say this, and I think when we're comparing internationally, I can agree with what you're saying about the age gap because the culture is different, right? But talking about here just in the States, looking at the stats show the bigger the age gap, the increase in likelihood of the divorce. So it was basically saying like a good, I guess the sweet spot in terms of age gap was around 2 to 4 years. Anything, as it increases, you can start seeing that rate for divorce increases, especially if it's a 10-year. Because I know a lot of men are saying, the 10-year age gap or what have you is the ideal. I think theoretically it makes sense, but realistically it doesn't. and Malevolent Elephant, I'll drop that link. I saved mine.
Let me say this real fast, and I just wanted to point something else and add on to mistaken. I don't know how long men in other countries live, but in America, we already know men, typically die before women do. So if you're adding that 10-year and she's with you, I mean, I get what you're saying because I date old. I usually, I'm not dating older right now, but I usually date older because I'm attracted to older. But what would happen is that sound like a good deal for a woman, knowing that one, he may die, the chance of him dying earlier is already there. And now he's 10 years older than me, which means that I'm going to be living a long time without a mate because,
So, Shantae, to that, in North America, not all of the Western world, but North America specifically, the life expectancy because of lifestyle and diet and pharmaceuticals is a lot shorter than it is in other parts of the world, right? Men are typically more physically active and eat more balanced diets in other parts of the world. And so they do live quite a bit longer than they do in North America. So that age gap doesn't leave the woman alone for quite as long in other parts of the world, whereas in North America, that age gap is that much more significant. And I will say the other thing is culture, right? And I've said this before, I'm East African. In other parts of the world, culture is like, and more traditional relationships is so important that people lean more so on cultural expectations of performance, of duty, of obligation, and those types of roles where that age gap is somewhat insignificant to a degree, right? Where we're not going to take it to the extreme in this conversation, but to a degree it's not as big of a deal because there isn't this huge power dynamic that happens. Whereas in the West, that power dynamic happens because we baby women at such an older age. And so they still have this childlike mentality going into even their early 20s, whereas in other parts of the world, like that is a like if you can carry your child, right, you're considered somewhat of an adult. And as you kind of grow into those years, by the time you're in your early to mid 20s, like you're as developed as you're ever going to be. Like you're as much of a woman as you're ever going to be, and there isn't much progression past that part. And so with that type of cultural shift, like the teenage years don't really exist in the same way in other parts of the world as they do in the West. And so when you factor that in, the power dynamic isn't quite the same, right? Like they don't have this level of manipulation control over the woman. It's more of like informed consent, right? And so I think that goes to what the statistics Mistaken was talking about that don't really count in other parts.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think internationally, the age gap thing, like you just said, to reiterate, it's a cultural thing, more acceptable, and it works. Whereas I think here, it doesn't. It's because it's a different culture. But when you look back in history, historically, when you go, because my great grandfather, he married his wife, she was 14, and he was in like his mid 20s. So, I mean, I think that at one point that was just the norm. But as like you said, as what was perceived as childhood age had gotten longer, then the age gap thing, when women were that young, became more inappropriate.
I got a question.
You guys can add on, but then we're gonna do the super chat so we can, because we're kind of off the subject. Go ahead.
No, read this. You want me to read them? Mistaken, you gonna read them?
No, did you have something to say, Marcus?
Yeah.
Did you have something to say to Average Man?
So I just wanted to ask Mistaken a question.
So I had a couple things. I'm trying to remember all of them. One of them was, I think that women negate like when they talk about men not wanting to marry, it's a such thing as making yourself irresistible to the idea of marriage. So like if you make yourself the best partner you could possibly be as a woman, it's hard for men to just walk past that and smash and dash. Like if you get a woman that's in shape, very very nice, friendly, supportive, inspirational. She desires to cook and clean and see you have. Man, we don't just walk away from those women. I think that there's like a misnomer that's out here that, oh, I don't want to give my all to somebody that's not my husband, not realizing that that's how you can become somebody's wife when they get everything they want from you and realize that you aren't replaceable. It's the weirdest thing because people leave with sex as the one thing that they'll give, which should be the last thing actually, if you go into it. And when we talk about age gap, Dave, I know some of the guys in the space particularly disagree with this, but I was a different man at 20 than I was at 25, and I was a different man at 25 than I was at 30. 30 to going up to 40 have been very similar. And if I was to look back on the time, I would say 30 would be the age that I became a man and could see outside of myself. I saw my mortality. Because prior to that, it was just do whatever I want. I'm gonna survive. I'm invincible. Around 30, I seen my mortality. I also seen the benefit of self-sacrifice for the good of others to an extent that I had never really understood. And I don't at 25, I don't think that's really possible. It was just about kicking it, hanging out, having, lots of girls, fun, 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 fun. I knew I was like ready to really settle down and start having children when I was able to not feel like I missed out. When I called the homies and they went out and they like, man, Joe, we got in it last night. We was on the boat, they was twerking, it was going crazy. I'm da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, bro. No, I was in the house though. When I could do that without feeling like I missed out, then I felt like I was ready to move forward with kids. And I don't think a man in his early 20s is there. In the West, I know it's demonized for age gap dating to some extent, or it's frowned upon. But I think that's one of the things that like it's frowned upon to not promote same-sex couples. You know what I'm saying? I think we're so off kilter when it comes to what is beneficial to society, and it just works. Like change for the sake of change is not always a good thing.
So I have a question around that, right? Because I think that's a great point, Marcus, and this goes to all the men on the panel, especially if you've traveled. Do you think that's a Western thing, or do you think that's men in general?
I think it's exacerbated by the amount of opportunities for freedom and the pleasure that, like, in America everybody's seeking pleasure at all times. So it seems like that's the thing to do. But in my bones, I believe that men's biology is the reason we desire to sow our seeds so much at that age. I really think that's a biological thing. I don't think that's a nurture thing. And the body kind of supports that. When you think about the ease of erection when you're younger, when you think about the amount of sperm that we produce, when you think about the you legit could be out here operating like you got a sex addiction when you look at women when you're younger, by the amount of overwhelming it could just take you off beat trying to get with women. You know what I'm saying? Like I know y'all don't really believe, some people don't believe this, but I wish they could like give y'all a testosterone drug so y'all could just see what it's like to be a man for a couple days, and then y'all be like, all right, I understand now. That's an actual thing. It's not because we don't view sex different, sex the same, and I really think y'all underestimate how different it really is. Men be screwing like.
But would that not be wise to get one woman then, and then and she just fulfills your sexual?
Wait, Shan, I want to hear the other gentleman before we jump into that.
Yeah,
She had to throw it in there. She had to try.
Because I want to chime in on what Marcus said, because it's funny that he mentioned the testosterone shot. I don't know if anybody remembers the dating coach Rebecca Lynn Pope. She said she had took a testosterone shot one time, and she said that's all it took for her to understand why men, desire sex the way that we do. And it's like you said, when we're in our 20s, it's like, we can get it up just like that. And it seems like we want it all the time. And as we do get older, your testosterone does drop. And, eventually it doesn't really become, how can I put it, as much of a necessity or as much of a want, when you're in your 20s. So I definitely agree with Marcus on that. And I really wish, I'm telling you, I think if women did what Rebecca Lynn Pope did, they would have a better understanding of why men are that way when it does come to sex. I'm like, that's all I wanted to say on that. So I agree with him. I think it's more biological than a culture thing or a Western thing.
Y'all will never know what it's like to not want to walk to the front of the class because you gotta.
Man, over here like
they won't know.
Sitting
They
there
won't know. They
with
will
the
never
book,
know.
like, I don't know the answer. I don't know.
Man, I don't know if it wasn't it this panel where I said I don't
oh my God.
I don't really think women understand why some men are so disgusted by homosexual behavior between men, because like two people with that kind of sex drive, there's no like every time I think about it, I'm like, yo, they literally just have no pause to do anything. You good? You free? You free? That's it. Every day.
That's disgusting.
I'm good. You go. You ready? You ready? Like what? There's no period. There's no nothing. Them dudes can stretch booty holes all day, every day. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. If y'all only knew.
All right, let's do these super chats.
Yeah, she wanted to go get off this subject. Oh, I gotta read since I was talking about stretching booty holes. Okay. Espaces says $5. Passport brothers, go where you're celebrated and not tolerated. On the other end, good women aren't rare that you have to go so rare that you have to go overseas to find one. Oh no, that's probably kind of what started the movement, huh?
That's
$2. Oh yeah. What you said? You can teach her how to play spades. Come on now.
That wasn't the point.
RS $5. Men are speaking to men. When women speak their truth, men are forced to accept it. Keep the same energy. Respectfully. Prime VA 757, hometown brother, $5. 42% of black men have kids and a majority of them are married. We need to start being honest. Is it 42%?
I don't do. I need to see the stats because I look high and low. I don't like that.
Woke Quill $5 says low cost of living / investments, good food, and relaxed lifestyle are perks women are just icing on the cake. What do Western women offer men to counter? Good question. Also, Shan.
Go ahead.
Real quick, I wanted to say on that stat thing earlier. This is how I had to do it. Don't ask me to do the math again because it was extensive. I went to Pew, blackdemographics.com, and the 2020 census. And what I had to do was take the birth rate of black mothers from like 18 to 40, then the percentage rate of black male fathers from 18 to 40, and then extract the number of kids that people have with people from other races. And that's how I got. And then I did not know. I even found out that black women, I think, almost double the amount of children had with people of other races. But we get shamed for interracial dating. It was weird, but there are almost 1 million black children out here that are black on their birth certificate because they came from a black mother that do not have black fathers. So when you see me out here red pilling, that's the information I use because I'm good at math. So people be out here, yeah. I'm like, don't be talking about interracial dating when y'all interracial banging.
I think I want to clarify because I did make that distinction. I think this generation is doing a better job at it. The problem is the generation, like if we're looking at the whole, the people who are alive, who had kids out of, if we're talking about the younger generation, I think in both, a lot of black women who are educated have, a smaller amount of kids. So we can always compartmentalize all of these things. But I was just looking at it as a whole. But you're absolutely correct. I think this new generation, they're learning from it. They don't want to make the same mistakes. And, and when we're talking about men who are going, 20 to 30, I think that we said earlier, we promote, just go out, have fun, make sure you be safe. You're not out here just being reckless, and these men are listening. So that's a good thing. headed in the right direction, so to speak. Okay, so now we're about to talk about the divestors. Talk about passport bros, but now the divestors, and then there's a difference. There's a difference between a swirler and a divester, correct?
Ooh, learning opportunity. I don't know what it is. Please explain.
So a swirler is somebody who is open to, dating men of the opposite, another race. So I've dated a white man in my past, so I would be considered a swirler. But a divester, I don't mind y'all knowing that. I mean, that's what it is. A divester is a person who has completely given up on black men. I love black men. And they're just like, nope, I'm done. It's a wrap.
So are only women divestors?
No.
I'm trying to make sure we get the clear definition.
But we're talking about the internet because we usually call the divestors and the passport bros. You know what I'm saying? So no, just like there are women who have passports. But according to the internet, when it comes to the YouTube space, when they're talking about divestors, they're specifically talking about a group of women, black women, who've created this this mark or whatever it is, and they are I'm sorry, my text message. There's a protest against black men, and they're doing all of the things we just said that the bad passport bros do, or the other group of what he said they weren't passport bros, they were something else. They bash black men. Oh, this is why I don't want to date black men, blah, blah, blah. Get you a white guy. So I think that's what divestors are.
Okay, so basically this segment is about women who basically said F black men, correct? Am I hearing? I just want to make sure I'm on the same page here.
Pretty
Yes.
much.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Shan, I was giggling earlier because I heard squirreler, and
I'm
not
sorry,
I heard
swirler.
squirrel.
yeah,
I
and
heard
not
swirler. That's why I know what swirling is.
yes,
I was like, I heard
Swirler.
swirler.
I
I thought we were about to
apologize
get
for
kinky in here. I was like,
saliva, and probably the coffee, saliva in my mouth. I don't know.
No, you're
Swirl.
fine. You're fine because I noticed the chat heard the same thing. It's so swirl, like the ice cream cone.
yeah. I'm like, who don't know what that is? You said squirreler. I was like, this is kinks. You about to undo some secrets out here. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So
No,
I would assume that divestors is from a place of pain, like that it's their experiences have suggested that all black men ain't ish, like that's what they've decided, and to the hell with them, and they can all die. Am I understanding this definition pretty well?
So I don't think it's so yes, I think pain, trauma is part of it. I think the other part of it is just inherent racism, right? Like we tokenize the white man to be at the top of the hierarchy, and in order to get out of like the ghetto, the bottom of the totem pole, that you sleep your way up to the top, right, and give your offspring a better opportunity. So that's the other part of it. And I think the
So
third
black
part
men
of
ain't
it,
shit then.
I
mean, that's what they're saying.
So according to racist structure, yes. So that's their rhetoric, right? But I think it's a 3-part prong. And I think the third part is there are some women who are hopping on that bandwagon out of frustration, where they're constantly choosing the wrong partner, and they assume that their specific experience is the experience for the totality of black men in general, and so they're throwing out the race. So I think in order to have the conversation appropriately, we need to be able to address all 3 parts. So the racist infrastructure, trauma, and then frustration at a personal experience.
Ain't that summed up with black men ain't shit? Like,
yeah,
that means they all believe that black men ain't shit. You can't help but get to the top. Right?
Well, I don't think that's in theory. I don't think it'll work out well in practice. My name for the divestors, the women that call themselves divestors, are the future cheaters. That's what I like to call them. Here's why. Black women are the most race loyal women for a reason. All right. So when it's not the same thing, it won't have the same effect in reverse, because I personally believe that when black women date outside of their race, it's not even their second choice or third. Like they're literally just doing it to get chosen. We know just because we're us and we do these type of studies that black men are at least sexually desired or fetishized by pretty much all women. And black women take it to heart when black men don't want them because they too, we're supposed to belong to you. We're yours, right? So not being desired by the most sexually desired man probably hurts a little more. So I think a woman who goes outside to divest, so to speak, is always still going to mess with black men in some way, shape, or form. I don't think she necessarily is just going to go out here with a white man or an Asian man and be like, ha, look at this. We're going to be like, black men don't care. We know you coming back. We know what you really want.
Cynthia G did just have a baby by a black man.
Like what yo, don't even get me started on that linebacker out here, man. Nah, bro.
So
hang on.
I was just gonna say now I know y'all gonna I'll try to find it because it was a conversation that we had in one of our earlier shows. So like I have my book, so I have a bunch of stuff like in here that I gotta write to look through for where I find my studies and stuff. However, one of the things that was intriguing to me, which I didn't expect to find, was when we were talking about interracial marriages between, black men and white women and vice versa, black women with white men. It was saying that that the divorce rate is higher with black men than it is when black women, when they, get married to someone outside of their race. Specifically, I think it was with white men. That was what they were comparing. So,
go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish.
So for me, what I would think if I'm, putting things together, I think black women are very race loyal because I read those studies too. I think what happens a lot of times is men use that to say, oh, the only reason they're race loyal is because they can't get anybody else. And I don't necessarily think that that's true either, because if the stats show that we do better outside of black men, then you would think that more black women would date outside of their race.
So I saw those same stats. Like every time I see it, I do the same thing you did. Was like, really? Then I just used a little bit of common sense and said men will always be more disproportionately affected by women leaving because women leave. Men don't leave. No matter what race of man it is, men don't leave. Women will leave the marriage 70 to 80% of the time, no matter if, especially, I'm sorry. When I saw that same stat, men who marry out, I think marry white women at 50% of the time. They marry, I think, at least 50% of the time, and white women divorce at the second highest rate. So that's where I made that distinction, where men will always be disproportionately affected by that, that balance. So it will always look like, oh, well, black women do better with others. That's because men don't leave no matter what race they are.
Sugar Mike, to that point, this is anecdotal, but if you will notice this trend. I don't know if anybody watches Paternity Court, but if you watch Paternity Court, watch how the black men behave. If they felt the women that cheated on them, they're out. The white guys that she have done 5 or 6 just on Paternity Court, mind you, 5 or 6 guys, and they still be vying for the relationship. I think that's like culturally something different. Mike, you know the point I'm trying to make, right? Can you make it for me?
No, Mark, you articulate your point on your own.
No. I'll be right back. Mike, make the point because you know what I'm saying, right?
Well, yeah, I know what you're saying to an extent. You're just saying that no, culturally black men aren't having it and they can't really see a future with the woman who like that type of embarrassment, but it doesn't sit well with black men. I think, you're right. When I look at it like damn, it was a black dude. I can't even watch it. Like it makes me want to cry. Well, the girl was like 3 and he had to find out he wasn't the baby's father. And I think somebody asked him when the microphone in his face, are y'all still going to try to put the family back together? The look on the dude's face, like if you ever seen F-Naw and a look, you know what I mean? It's just because you can't think in that moment of how to repair the relationship outside of her infidelity, right? Where other races of people are trying to keep an already bonded family together. right? So it's a bit different, but I know what he was trying to say.
All right. I want to chime in on this topic real quick because I got to get off of here. Unfortunately, my been invited out. I'm about to go ahead and step out. Um, potentially. What I wanted to say, I'm gonna just be brutally honest, and there's probably gonna be some women in the chat that ain't gonna like this, but in my personal opinion, I think these divestors are just women that got ran through or they got hurt by Pookie and Ray Ray. And they just trying to lump all these other black men that are quote unquote undesirable, quote unquote don't want them, and they're trying to lump them all in and saying, "Oh well, we don't want them either." So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to these other races with men, I guess white dudes, I suppose, whatever the case may be. Look, at the end of the day, black men have never gave black women pushback for dating outside of their race the same way black women give black men pushback for dating outside of their race. So I'm really getting tired of these divestors over here trying to act like black men really care that y'all date outside y'all race. I'm like, I don't recall any black men giving Serena Williams pushback when she married a white guy. Don't worry, I'll wait.
You did.
He sure did.
You did.
I didn't. I don't.
Men of
You
value.
did, just like we did. I don't mind
black
black men
men of
taking out their
value.
race.
Did black men in mass?
Eve, who there's a whole host of
A whole lot. Kelly Rowan.
Yep.
And let
No,
me tell
Kelly
you-
Rowland's married to a black man.
Hmm.
Kelly Rowland's married to a black man.
No, I thought she married somebody or dating somebody that.
Nope, she's married.
You know
to
what?
Oh.
I didn't even know till recently that Eve was even married to a white guy. And then when I found out, I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, like good for her.
Like it was. We don't care.
That's
we don't
how I
care.
feel
We don't
about
care.
black men dating white. It's I think that this is where it comes in right here. People care when it's the women or men that they desire. If it's a person they don't desire, they don't care. If I see a black man that I don't desire with a white woman, I'm like, good, that's beautiful.
Shan,
This is
no,
honesty. No,
no.
I'm telling you, I said me. This is me.
Oh.
I said when I see a person, I don't, which is a lot because you know me, but when I see a person and I don't desire him, I feel like you should love who loves you. Life is way too short to be sitting here and we feel like we got hold on people because of a race loyalty. Like, love who you love. And that's what I find most of the time when we have conversations with women, it's the desirable man they're talking about. They're not caring about, Tyrone at the end of the road who got the white girlfriend, which is like,
Shan, let me tell you.
Is that why Michael B. Jordan got so much pushback now that he's dating outside of his race again after he proposed? After Michael B. Jordan, is that why he's getting so much
desirable? That's the part. He's desirable.
Okay. He's desirable. He tried to marry the woman that everybody praises just because she treats herself like she's the queen of the world, just because she's so quick to dismiss a man just for the sake of what how can I put this?
I'm telling you, I think look again. It depends on the woman and what she deems to be desirable. She may be talking about a person she finds to be desirable. People desirability is subjective. Okay, so with that being said, what I may find to be desirable is totally different from what Enos finds to be desirable and Mistaken finds to be desirable. Why would I want to have all this monopolize a whole group of men that I don't even want to date? Like that doesn't even make any sense.
So Chan, and
a lot of black women
to your
found
point,
go
ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say a lot of black men found Serena Williams desirable, and I didn't hear black men in mass over here crying about it. I'm just saying.
So yeah, really, what it is too is that at ground level, Chan, at ground level, men aren't like out here like me and Average Man and Marcus and AP are not in a room saying you see Serena Williams with that white man. I've literally been around black women doing that exact same thing. I went out, so I've never openly dated a white girl. I've only bedrock with a white girl. But I went out with one of my female colleagues at work literally to talk budget for our departments. We both had our wedding rings on, and she was finding in the mug. Literally, if it had to be a white woman, it would have been her, by the way. But this lady, like slim, looking good, we walk up in the Papados. Literally, I didn't even know because I'm not married to her. One, I'm focused on work. I just like she's looking like, wow, what are people staring at? I look up, table full of black women over here, burning eyes through our heads, and I'm like, oh my god, they think we're married. They think we're married, like looking, just burning. Because look, I'm 6 feet tall, right? I got the nice little silver fox thing. My hair is cut in a nice urban style. They look like, how dare you take one of our good brothers? Literally every look they gave had a speech behind it. Like that's how
I
hard they look.
promise
Maybe they
you,
desire you.
I promise you that happens to black women when they're dating white men. If they're attractive black women, we see the same thing.
I
let
can
me
agree.
Black women
say this
dating
too.
a white man,
White women, you walk in there with a desirable white man, white women will look at you like cold.
So I would even believe what y'all are saying, but this is the level where this is where the black men don't take it. So let's say it's like a family member that brought a white person home. The black dudes are just gonna be like, I mean, shit, you could chill, man. You just white, ain't the end of the world.
Because he doesn't want the family member. That's what Shan was getting at. Her point was typically people get mad on both sides or hate on both sides when it's the person that they are attracted to and like to be with. If it's somebody that you don't care, don't matter if they black, white, whatever, because you're not interested.
No, I disagree. Black women care. Black women care very much. They care.
I think those women who want a mate, they do care because that's a mate that they didn't, But if a woman gets guys who get, she's not caring about that one guy. She didn't want.
I disagree.
Go be happy.
I disagree, and here's why. I think there is a very loud minority of black women, and like they make themselves very known that care. I think to trigger Mike's point about black women being race loyal, it's that conversation of really like you couldn't have found a sister. Like there are no good black women out there. They exist. We see them on the internet all the time.
You said loud minority. Yes. They're not the majority. They're a loud minority.
But that's exactly it, right? I think because they are so loud, they give the impression that black women in general have that same sentiment. Whereas I think that the majority of black women, at least the ones that I know or have had conversations with, and y'all seem to be under the same impression as well, genuinely don't care. Like for me, even if he's desirable, if you found your person, great, good for you. But I want to circle back to the whole being fetishized, right? I hear that talking point so often from black men, as if black women are not fetishized. Being fetishized is to be objectified sexually. Black women are very much so objectified sexually, to the point where women of other races are replicating the body of a black woman, right? Like I don't think we can sit here and pretend that like black women are not sexually desirable and say that men are the only ones that are sexually desirable where both parties are, right? But we're talking about relationships and marriage, right? Like being desired sexually is a lot of attention, a lot of being ran through, a lot of being, people wanting to sleep with. And yes, there are societal connotations to whether you're a man or a woman, right? Of whether you're shamed or celebrated. However, black men and black women are fetishized globally, everywhere around the world. Black men and black women are viewed as sexual objects. However, in terms of marriage, we have to get down to specifics of geography, and then that starts to look different, and there's a bit of a separation in there.
So I wasn't saying fetishized in terms of, I forget the context in which I was trying to use it for, but it still applies more to black men. I said fetishized in the terms of, other women want your man because he's the most sexually desirable. Like I think the number one man in the world that women want because of financial utility is white men. And then black men ain't got no damn money and still are number 2, which means sexually we're the number 1 most desired man. It's like, how you see what I'm saying?
Okay,
So
but
yeah.
that goes to my point of
This
like
offbeat.
it becomes separated by gender because men are celebrated for their sexual conquest, whereas women are reprimanded for their sexual conquest, right? So
Mhm.
yes, absolutely. Black men are celebrated for being fetishized, whereas black women become reprimanded and have to have this, elite level of self-control around that, right?
Yeah.
Because like, piety, self-preservation, and like, virtue is super important when it comes to being a woman. That's where
Yeah.
your value is, right? So if we're having that conversation, we need to factor those two things in.
Now I remember why I said it. It was simply because that fetishization is just the reason why I said that no matter where a black woman goes, she'll kind of always still want her man sexually. She'll always still want black men. That's the only reason I said it.
I just got a quick question, Marcus. Have you ever gotten those? Have you ever went out with a white girl doing anything, work, anything? Just you two.
I'd really love to know. I'd really love to know, Marcus.
Like
No, I
on a
mean,
date?
yeah, just like you went out. Like for example, Trigger Mike went out on a business date to discuss business with a
Hell
white
no.
woman got looks. A
Date?
business meeting. How about
Yeah.
that? Make you feel better? Y'all went somewhere to
Yeah.
eat and to discuss business.
Like, my wife knows this woman. Like, date?
No, but that's what I'm saying. So anything
Yeah.
like that ever happened to you, Marcus? Or just went out with a white girl, whatever.
For real estate meeting. Yeah.
Did you get weird looks from black women?
Yeah. You feel subconscious.
Average man. Have you ever been out with a white girl? One-on-one.
You know what? It's funny. It was funny because I was literally like going through my pictures, about to pull up the last girl that I was dating seriously in the States, who was a white girl. And let me tell you,
Did y'all get looks?
I remember. I mean, every black one. I remember going to Cheesecake Factory, right? Because she's very, very thick and curvy for a white girl.
And
Every single black woman in there. I mean, really, every woman in there. Period. You would have thought I was a damn celebrity, AP. I mean, for real.
So the reason I ask is because Miss Enos just said that it's a loud minority, but 4 out of 4 guys on this panel have experienced that in 4 different locations. Like that's a very loud minority.
AP, hang on.
I don't think it's a minority. I think it's huge.
So AP, I'm gonna ask you this, and I'm gonna ask all. And before any of the women jump in, I want each and every single one of you to answer this. Did you ever pay attention to see if there were black women that did not care?
Nope.
Not really, because the stares are to me. The answer is no for me. But when you notice everybody else staring at you, is like I'm not focused. I'm not gonna notice the people that's not really looking at me.
That's her point. It was probably more people not
because I've heard stuff. Because I've heard stuff.
It was probably more people not looking than it was looking.
So I think me and Marcus are about to say the exact same thing. The weird part about black women in general is that somebody talked about walking past the table. The looks, like I told you, had speeches. They had words. Their looks had words. So now you're trying, like, you don't even understand what's going on. And I was stupid too. I was mystified. It caught her off guard. So she looks up. Then I look up. Now I know what's going on. So now I'm looking for every other black woman in the spot. I'm literally like, well, how do you feel about it? Oh, she locked eyes, rolled her eyes. How do you feel about it?
The only time I'll stare is when it don't look right. Because sometimes y'all don't be looking right together. Like I like it when it balanced. Like it's like, oh, they have like a cute color.
Average
man.
Like
the pale is way off. It ain't no balance in the. It just look like it's just awkward.
Black people are monolithic thinkers. They're monolithic movers. And when it comes to the hive mind of disdain for anything for black women, y'all synchronize. It was like earth, wind, power, heart, by the power invested in me. We don't like this white girl with this black man.
We have to play it alone.
I was gonna ask Average Man if just real quick, what did you say? Where people have probably already heard you say Cincinnati. It's pretty much like, and I've even looked up the population statistics. It's pretty much like equal amounts of Black and white people. Wouldn't you say? Like if you walked into Cheesecake, like it's pretty much like equal. So it's not like you walked into like a predominantly white space. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Would you agree?
Yeah, because when we went there, it was definitely a mixed crowd. I mean,
Yeah.
damn. I'm not trying to expose this woman, but I mean, like, even the women on this panel would like notice her if y'all saw her with me. You know what I mean? Like she's
was
gone
sticking up.
viral on TikTok literally just for the way she looks.
Is
So I
she
mean,
from Cincinnati?
yeah, she was.
You
She
know
was actually.
what?
Are you
Go
familiar
ahead.
with? She stays like on the outskirts of Cincinnati. Are you familiar with like Fairfield, Ross area?
Mm-hmm.
She was like in that area. Yeah.
Bro, don't do that. These people on the internet will find her.
Well,
Stop. I'm letting you know. They will find her now.
I do think
Hey,
that
I mean, she old news, but
I'm curious
Drop it in
though
the back
because
chat,
of
average man.
because of
Drop it
where
in the
you
back.
live.
At least
You know,
share it with
I
me.
think I feel like I may be I may not know just because I live in Atlanta. In Atlanta, it's kind of norm to see, people just.
Well, I was shocked coming from New York, moving to Atlanta. I was shocked of seeing how many interracial couples there were, only because in my mind and limited, like being in the South like that, I just thought that was just so taboo in the South, just because historically. But when I got here, I was like, oh, wow. Like just interracial couples were everywhere.
oh yeah, I'm not in. I was saying Cincinnati is pretty normal. Pretty normal. I mean, Coach K can probably agree with me on this one. I mean, like if me and Coach K was dating in Cincinnati, it wouldn't be like a surprise. It wouldn't be taboo at all. You see it pretty common in Cincinnati.
That's why I had to leave room, and someone corrected me. Like I haven't really been around many, not only with my family, but just people in general. I haven't really been around people explicitly just outright racist. Like I haven't really heard it, to be honest. But then people were like, well, you haven't been in the South, or you don't live in the South. I'm like, okay, that's probably true. And of course I'll leave room too that I just didn't hear it or people didn't say it, around me. But yeah, just not used to that.
Listen, somebody just said dating in Atlanta is hell. I find that dating in Atlanta, I don't mind dating in Atlanta. I think it's probably going to be better here than it's going to be as far as the variety. Then,
You ever left your ring in the shower?
Yeah, you're going to find a variety in Atlanta.
Have I ever left my ring in the shower?
The wedding ring?
No, I hardly ever take it off. I sleep in it. Yeah. But the few times the reason I leave it on is because I'm forgetful. And so I just don't take it off.
I'm about to prank my wife and hide her ring.
Oh, don't do that.
Do not do that. I would freak out.
Don't do that.
I'm about to hide it because
don't you dare.
Don't do that.
What did he do? What I missed the whole conversation.
My goodness. I would freak out. Do not do that. All right.
Anybody else want to go ahead?
I was going to say read the super chats.
And then I had this video of somebody, and it's got something to do with the diverse. I mean,
Travel Tribe Raw. Thank you. I'm a polygamous passport bro living good in Kenya. The thing about passport bros is we all want and love Black women, but question is when will they improve? Prime. Most recent data shows Black women divorce at 3 times the rate they marry. That includes non-Black men. The most successful interracial parking is white men and Asian women. Asian women divorce the least.
That's sure, but actually, when we read where Black women marry white men, that's also higher success rate than when Black women marry
Black men.
I mean, it's a smaller percentage, but it's higher success rate.
That study is from 2002 and was debunked in 2009. BGS did a video on that stat. These women hold on from 20 years ago. Prime, I asked you, can you drop that study in the link? I dropped the one that I was talking about in the link. I need you to drop that study in the link too.
We drop stats and we all just talk.
Because I will read it. It has nothing to do with like trying to prove you wrong. I just want to learn the information so I'm not repeating misinformation. Sir Chai, I'm enjoying the piece tonight, Shan. Salute. Me too.
Oh yeah, that's because Ali.
Oh God, we're not gonna. No.
We're not gonna do it.
Please. No.
You did not call me back, Mike, but that's all right. I'm gonna let it go.
Kids. I was teaching a class. My bad.
I'm free now. 3 times in a row.
I'm free now.
It's a week later. I see you backstage. All right, Travel Tribe Raw. Average man, you are right. And white men take more disrespect.
Damn.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I'll say this.
Because I don't think any man wants to be disrespected. So I don't think that has anything to do with race per se. Because if you flip the opposite, you might say that Black men are overly sensitive about being disrespected. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at how many men have probably gone to jail over feeling like they were disrespected.
Yeah. So before we get into that, we got to define disrespect in all its ways.
Oh, Jesus.
No. I think, okay. So I think calling it overly sensitive is insensitive. Right. I think Black men and men of color typically go through so much more because on the racism hierarchy, they're at the bottom of the totem pole and so are more subjugated than those on the higher end of the hierarchy. So I don't know that they're more overly sensitive. I think that there is just more opportunity for disrespect. Whereas if you are on the top of the totem pole, because you have not only have you created the totem pole, but you have also positioned yourself at the top, the opportunities for disrespect seem marginal, right? And so,
but when you're comparing, when you say white men take more disrespect, they're not that he said that they're okay with being disrespected, but when you make a statement like that, I think in general most men don't want to be disrespected. All men don't want to be disrespected. But like you said, not overly sensitive. You are going to, just like if something negative happened to you, you are going to be much more sensitive to anything that resembles that.
I don't think it's sensitivity, right? I think it's actual like opportunity for disrespect. And let me walk that through, right? Like if white men are not being incarcerated at the same rate, right? Mm-hmm. Having a criminal record is not held against you. If the stereotypes tend to be more positive leaning, that's not really there's no opportunity for disrespect there. If education levels at a higher rate, there isn't as much disrespect there. Earning potential is at a higher rate. There isn't as much opportunity for disrespect there. Colorism doesn't really exist because, there are, no offense to anybody, there aren't really too many shades of white, right? So there isn't a lot of opportunity for disrespect there. I think because of the way that the system is set up, that what would be considered disrespectful to somebody who is white versus somebody who is Black has to be so significant because there just aren't as many opportunities to actually be disrespectful. Does that make sense?
I see what you're saying, but I disagree. But yeah, I definitely see what you're saying.
And I saw somebody asking in the chat, I'm East African. That is my background.
Sir Chai, Mike, you took it away. Michael B. Jordan got bullied to date Lori Harvey. What that said? Oh, Uncle Luke, 1980. I'm glad Average Man Unplugged is on the panel. They always cap on this panel with their one side talking points. Time for pushback now. There was no pushback. We were asking questions.
This was very respectful compared to what Austin got at some other.
Well, let me ask the ladies, do y'all have any issues with men
Nope.
Dating overseas or what? See, I don't either.
How would I even know they're gone? If
Bruh.
I don't know them personally, how would I even know that they're gone?
Let me ask
nobody
you.
has a problem with that. I don't understand. If it ain't my man, if it's my man, it's a problem. If it's my, I don't care about anything else but my man.
Coach K, is it true that somebody used the term predator to describe the Passport Brothers? Did somebody use that term?
Yeah,
'Cause I have
I've heard that as other synonyms. Like,
I don't think on this channel.
No, it definitely wasn't on this
Oh.
channel.
oh no,
I'm
no,
just
no,
saying,
yeah.
like,
But
as
I've heard
far
it
as
before.
disrespectful discourse on this particular topic goes, this is actually
Oh.
very respectful, because when I heard, because you said the name Austin, so when I heard that, I'm like, yeah, didn't he go on somebody's panel and someone used the term predator?
Well,
Now, I don't really get out of line on these panels. I would have went smooth off
Just check
and
out
made
Cruise
them
Season's
apologize
thing.
for the simple fact that we don't associate that word.
So,
Yeah, go ahead.
Context is important, right? One, it was not a panel. Somebody responded to a video that he put up.
Oh, okay.
And two, the video that he put up that elicited that comment was him not only being disrespectful towards, I think it was the Colombian community. It could have been the Dominican Republic. I'm not entirely sure.
Brazil.
But the men of that community also accused him of sex tourism as well. So it was not an from left field comments. Just
People are saying Sayera said it. Sayera.
But that it wasn't just her. There was a video that did go viral in response to his video. So
for sure. That's what
I just want to say before I get off, somebody I actually had an email sent to me proving that that woman got paid off to say those things. Just throwing that out there.
I didn't hear that.
Who paid her? It made the news here in Houston. That's why.
Who paid her?
He was on the news here. That's so I'm looking at it like there was an orchestrated.
Supposedly some American black woman, because I actually did a reaction recently. Recently of another American black woman trying to pay off a matter of fact, an Ethiopian woman. I did a reaction to this not too long ago. A black woman tried to pay off an Ethiopian woman to talk bad about Passport Bros, and then because I reacted to that and it was blended in with another reaction where a guy emailed me who works for Homeland Security, and black women were giving him issues just for him applying for his passport. So yeah, it's really getting bad out here.
That's sad.
Yeah, just want to put that out there.
I just want to point out
why women in general, I think that people should just date whoever. If you find a great guy, no matter his color, no matter his race, if you find a great man, a great woman, whether she be overseas, whatever, and you love her and she loves you and it works for your household, do you. We got to stop trying to put boundaries on other people's lives. Like, that is not your life. You don't have to live with that woman. You don't have to live with that man. Stop. It is not your business. Stay in your lane. That's all I'm saying.
And I just want to say, Average Man and Austin are moving two completely different ways. Austin's not moving for marriage at the current moment, according to the interview that I saw. Average Man, I commend you. I just want you to stay safe when you're out there, bro. For real, for real.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate that. All right.
Alex,
have a good night.
Thank you.
Great time for coming with us.
All right.
Alex P. Keaton. Coach K, blink twice if you're being held hostage to stay on the show.
Probably because it's black men here.
Listen, Coach K is a part of the show. So
that's what they think about us.
You see how you trying to play us? Like, come on.
Raw D Oppress. Shout out to AMU. Uncle Luke, just like the Passport Bros thing, if nobody truly cared about guys going overseas, then there would be no conversation about it. Just saying.
I think there's a conversation because of the way that it's being done. But like Unplugged, the young man who was here, I think that if it were done that way, that nobody has a problem with that. He was very respectable. He didn't say anything out of line. He said why it worked for his life. And that, to me, I don't know everybody else. I don't follow the past.
I'm like, Shan, are you out here in these streets? These ladies are up. Shan, I just told you. That's why
I
I
don't
asked the
just
question.
be in anybody's show. I'm in the
Shan, I asked the question earlier. Okay, let me ask you this. Is there anything black men can do in any fashion that doesn't involve them marrying, submitting, and saying the black woman is God that black woman would not get mad at?
Be gay.
Not you, not mistaken, not Inaz, but I'm telling you, the flat fact that black men can look in another direction is very hurtful, and they are expressing it outwardly.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. There is nothing where black women on a consensus are going to be okay with. That being said, one, I don't think anybody should care. That's my personal opinion. If you're really doing it for marriage and in a healthy way, don't care what anybody says. Two, again, it is a really, really loud minority. I think that most black women truly do not care and want you to go where you're celebrated as much as they want to be where they are celebrated. And if that is not with each other, nobody wants to be shamed for anything. That being said, this is real life. You can't please everybody. And so you have to be okay with a little bit of criticism.
You know how I heard someone describe it, and let me preface this because people love to twist words and be disingenuous with their interpretations, but they compared, like, I guess the outrage, if you want to say it like that, when you're a child and you have toys and you don't play with them, but then as soon as someone comes over and they want to play with them or like even take it, you're like, I'm playing with that, and your parents are like, no, you're not. They compare it to kind of like that sort of thing.
I think that's women in general, which is why pre-selection is such a big thing. Chaotic did a show the other day, and he was shout out to the L he took. But Chaotic show was saying, if you want to get a black woman, the quickest and easiest way is to go date a white woman.
Let me just say this though. So y'all telling me that if all the black women that you desire all of a sudden desired white men, would that bother you?
No.
They lying. We just got finished watching that video today.
Somebody said no, and Marcus was nodding yes.
Wait, what? Please ask the question again.
I'll be with the blackity blacks.
So ask the question again. I'm sorry.
I said, so if because black folks like trends. If it was now a trend that all these black women, now the white men are the most desired, and they wanted white men.
Yeah.
Would you have an issue with that?
Well, the funniest thing about it is that you're basically talking. You're trying to tell us to feel how incels feel right now. They don't get attention from their own women. They have not had sex in over a year, and some of them are virgins. Black women, the women they desire most, do not pay them any attention and prefer other types of men. So I don't think men care I don't think it works the same with men as it does with women.
But we can agree that incels are the main ones who would be popping off at the mouth in the chat.
No, I actually just go ahead.
So the majority of incels are actually not black, right? So I think that's an important context to add to this conversation. The majority.
What are they?
They're white. The majority of incels are actually white males.
So black dudes just out here fucking. Oh, okay, cool. Hey.
Making single moms. No,
right.
just
Did you
really do that?
You know what? There's a third end credit scene. There's a third end credit scene at the end of the new Ant-Man movie, and it's single moms and their sons taking over the multiverse.
No, let me just say this. My question is this, because the key word is the most desired black women. Because we're not taking away your access to white women. We're not taking away your access to going overseas. I'm not taking away that access. Let me say, if your own women, let me say this: if your own women one day woke up and they found you to be the least desirable, would that affect you?
I would say yes, it's going to affect us, but it will not affect us the way it affects women, because what you're essentially talking about is rejection, which men have been used to their entire lives anyway. Like literally. I don't know what percentage of men, but it's only 10% of men that can get those women anyway. The rest of us have just been looking at their ass and wishing we could touch it.
Oh my goodness.
So, okay. Yes, Yeah, wait.
By the way, I could touch the ass. I'm just saying, but those men can't.
You're married.
No, I meant back then.
Yeah. So,
you're married. You're
yes,
married.
yes, men have been accustomed to rejection for the dawn of history, right? However, regardless of the fact that sex is more readily available, the majority of men are not having sex as much as the majority of men used to. And so now we're seeing men take rejection to more violent, more abrasive reactions that they have in the past, right? So I think that's also important to note. Yes, men have always been accustomed to rejection because they are the pursuers, they are the leaders, and all of that fun stuff. And we appreciate the men that do that. However, I think with men not having sex as often as they used to, they've become they've had a harder time taking rejection than they have in the past.
I think
You're
I've seen
muted,
that.
Shan. We're wasting a lot of time on these. I wanted to play this video because it kind of ties into this, so we can add it onto this conversation. Okay.
A black woman with a white man. There, I said it. For a long time, every time I saw a black woman with a white man, something would come over me. I don't know what it was. I have felt it. I don't know whether it's rage or jealousy or envy. It could be a combination of all three.
It's definitely all three. Let's not play.
But there is something there. It still happens even today. Somehow, I feel like, not that, oh goodness, I'm going to sound incredibly now, but I'm not. Sometimes I feel like, as a black man, we own our women.
There's no difference.
That they belong to us and nobody else. And for a long time, I've had this conflict inside my mind. As you guys already know, I have dated outside my race before. I'm currently with a woman who is, not of my kin, not of my culture, not of my background. In fact, we couldn't be more different in terms of our background. Yeah, I'm with her and I love her and we have children together.
I refuse to believe different from a man.
Okay, so basically, I didn't want to hear her opinion, but basically, he's dating or he's married to a white woman, but he still has a problem with seeing. And let me just say this: as a person who has been seen in public with a white man, maybe two, I do get the looks that you guys claim you get. I get them too. I do. It's like.
Is anybody else thinking what I'm thinking? That whole thing was staged. Did you see that man's hands and what he was doing? This is the agenda of black women. Y'all got this dude to make a video pretending to be against it. This dude was like, I just feel like I don't today. I'm like, that dude ain't for real. He's a tambourine player.
The only thing I thought was in regards to that,
something similar to that on one of the panels. I can't remember who it was, but it was something to that same effect, with the mindset that men think that they, should have access to everything, basically, and they were speaking somewhat to that, like it would bother them to see Black women with a white man.
So
specifically,
I've heard Jay Prince make this argument, and he pulled people.
That's who it was. Then probably
this is the argument. This is the argument that men have the seed, right? So you if you want an apple tree, you could plant it in hydroponic and regular soil and all of those things. If he was making an argument about the future of black people existing, and he was saying black men can plant their seed pretty much anywhere and it still be a black child. But if you plant, because the seed is coming from the man, and if you plant the seed someplace else, it's a good chance that it won't be a black child. And then, like, we spent like an hour pulling up biracial kids with it's a difference between how black male children with another race versus black women
Really, I
children.
didn't know that.
So
It's not.
I think that's an
Look it
interesting
up.
fact, especially
Look it up.
since Jay Prince and I decided to disagree on the validity of science.
I
Because
knew you was gonna say that.
Please
mitochondrial
don't tell me that came from
DNA,
JP.
yeah, sorry. Mitochondrial DNA is a very important part of science. That is like the DNA lineage of the maternal lineage. That child is still black, especially if we're talking about the U.S. Let's not pretend the one drop rule did not exist, right? And nobody cared about whether it was from the man or the woman. That one drop rule meant if you had one drop of black blood in you, nobody cared if it came from the man or from the woman. You were still considered black. I think this insistence of denying people's blackhood is ridiculous. I mean, y'all, Marcus, you were here when Chaotic tried to tell me I was barely black, even though my lineage is like descendant over generations from Africa. Like, there's this like need to like preserve a very specific experience of blackhood, and exclude everything else in order to validate one's own experience. And I think that's absolutely absurd, because here's the one thing, right? We could talk about the significance of having a black father, because black fatherhood is absolutely important, and I will never minimize that. However, there's also been very significant studies done to show that having a black mother actually connects biracial children to their black culture a lot more significantly than having a black father, for the one specific reason that mothers take on the majority of childcare, involvement in their upbringing, and socialization, right? And so what they found is that children who are born biracial, black biracial, to non-white mothers typically feel more ostracized from the black community.
I would wonder how much custody had to do with that, but
No, these are two-parent households. These are
Okay.
not, yeah.
Hey, my phone's tweaking.
I can see that even with the celebrities who are of a mixed race, especially the boys. I see that when I see the mixed guy, he tends to not date. He would be more prone to dating outside his race than if the mom were black. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
no.
You
Yeah,
saying
say that again. I'm not sure if I understood what you were saying.
So even if I take
I followed.
celebrities, so even if I take celebrities and athletes in consideration, most of the lighter skinned mixed race men who date women who are white, they have the black father. And the opposite being, with and just in general, when I look at
That's
I mean, look at the Tates. Look at the Tates. They had their dad is black. And even though they mention a lot about, being black, do they really move?
so, but Shan, okay, so two things. So one, we're trying to like, black looks like this, right? I think that's like a really dangerous territory to tread on. And two, I think that replicating the example of what you grew up with should not necessarily be ostracized, right? So if you grew up with a black father and a white mother, or a non-black mother, and you are now looking for women who are non-black, you're literally just replicating exactly what you grew up with, right?
Oh, for sure. I'm not knocking it.
Yeah, but like, I think so many times that people want to be like, okay, well, that's, you're colorist, and like that's racist, and they're just replicating what they grew up with. The same way that we talk about people who grew up in two-parent homes will typically wind up getting married, and people who grew up in single-parent homes will typically, not want to get married. It's just a replication of what their household looked like.
so he was pulling up like pictures like this or whatever, and my screen got a little crack in it.
Are you trying to say that baby didn't look black?
That's a very white baby.
Hold on.
That is a very
Listen,
white
man.
kid.
Listen, man. No, we're not even because we let him talk too long when he was here, and as someone who is taught, anatomy, physiology, biological science, I cannot let this stand. I think if we're talking about like mitochondrial DNA, it's only differences in like gene expression, but I don't think it goes out to that to that extent that blacker children look black. No, I don't think it does.
And
No,
it's a
I
hit and
didn't
miss.
say anything about
What
looking.
are
I
we
said
looking at,
access
Mark?
to the community.
I just
Access,
again,
because you know you go to your mom's parents' house more than you go to your dad's parents' house for the most part. Majority, maybe not everybody, but for the majority, most of the time y'all end up. I mean, besides Coach K, who was raised by her dad, but
Right.
in a typical majority household, if they're divorced, or even if they're together, a lot of times that woman's family, I don't know what it is, they're more attached.
No, it's very easy to determine why. You know, if in a traditional sense, you pass like fathers kind of leave their sons to go out like into the world. It's more likely that a maternal grandmother will live in the home with the family than the paternal grandma. Like it's like I need to take care of my mom. What about my mom? Like literally, like even my own wife. Like some days, even though she has my dad, I'd be like, damn, what about my mom? You'll be like, my mom, my mom, my mom. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just natural.
I don't think it's natural. I think that's a taught behavior. I think that women are, because they are taught to be caregivers, that responsibility goes to the daughter. So, Trigger Mike, you don't have to answer this, but if you have a sister, I would assume that your mother would stay with your sister.
Nope. She coming with me or my brother. I mean, that's
Well,
literally
no,
already.
he's married though.
I was gonna
That's
say,
the difference,
it's
because
already
you're
been
married.
Depending
determined.
on the wife, I
My
think that a
sisters,
lot of that has to do with
my sisters, unfortunately, are modern women. My mom don't want to stay with them. No.
Interesting.
That's
Okay. I was trying to see. I think that's all the videos. If you guys wanted to hit on something else, because it's almost 12 o'clock, which is a decent amount of time.
You must got a date.
So we
Trigger,
do this.
TM, I do have a question for you, and it's something that you stated earlier, and you where I agree that black women got to take their part in. It was during the conversation when Marcus was talking about clutching the purse and that part of the conversation, and it sounded like you put a lot of emphasis on the black woman and her role and the perception that we have of us today. I would like to know more of your thoughts on that, because I look at it very differently. I think that I think that yes, women played a part in that, but I would say it's closer to like 10%. So like we helped our perception be what it is today, we as men. So I would like to understand your take on it and why you put a lot of emphasis on that.
So the reason I think in the context, going back thinking about it now, the context that I was talking about, there was an so remember when I said that the black male voice was completely missing from media, no ability to defend ourselves against media attacks. That's one. But then there was an entire narrative out there being pushed by the black women who have had their feelings hurt by black men. So obviously we know that's actually a small minority of black men that they're all having children by, right? Like whoever hurt Cynthia G's feeling, that's what I'm talking about. So all black men are paying for that dude's mistake. So not only is she making an overrepresentation of black men in that regard. You don't take care of your children. All of you have 3-4 baby mamas. None of you pay your bills. All of this type of stuff. Before the 2020 census, I would have thought that was true. Until the data came out and it's like, oh, well, most black men under the age of 35 don't even have children. Most men do pay their child support on time. So it's like it's those women who have been hurt by black men pushing this out, even though no one asked them, void of the black male narrative to defend against it. So that's what I mean, like their particular part in playing and ruining the image of black men. So that's only that part. Like I know media plays the biggest part, right?
Well,
Turn on the news right now.
I think that's the both of us. I think black women do that, and I think black men do that. I think what happens is,
currently, I think.
Yeah, currently. That's what I mean. So what I'm saying is that I think most people are speaking from their experiences. And then they use their experiences to generalize and say that everybody is like this. When in reality, your day to day, I think like when Inaz brought up the point about you noticing, Black women staring at you when you went into one space, but did you notice how many wasn't? I had said something similar to that one of the other shows in regards to what happens a lot of times is that when negative things happen, we typically try to continue to, like, is a pattern of continuing to look for that negative thing. And I liken that to the fact, like, when you have a certain car that you really love, like, and I just got my car. Prior to me getting my car, I didn't notice anybody else with that car. Then once I got it, it seemed like everybody had that car. And that was because I was being much more specific in looking for it. And I think that's what the kind of space that we're in right now is, that we're looking for the negative feedback to reinforce what we're already thinking.
Mistaken. Can I ask you a question? Have you noticed, so you understand like propaganda and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed any in the makeup of family, so men and women, that they put on like commercials and TV shows and movies? Have you noticed any like specific trends in that?
Yes, literally. I think last week, me and my husband was actually talking. He was like, "You notice how you're seeing more interracial couples on TV in the commercials?" And he says specifically, for some reason, I'm just noticing that there are more black women with white men. I hadn't even noticed. I was just like watching. And he was like, "I've just been noticing this." And I think a lot of times, not just with that, but I think with a lot of things that we ingest and watch on TV and listen to on the radio, things like that, I think we're subconsciously bringing all of that negativity into our system that we don't realize it. And then when we're looking at the world and we're viewing our world, it's reinforcing those same things that we've subconsciously been digesting.
So when I see like black men, a lot of times there is usually a black man dating another black man in media. Like what I've been noticing, it'll be like the black woman and the white man and the black man and the black man. And I mean, outside of the attack on masculinity, I feel like that's another type of attack too. Like personally, that's because we can't produce nobody if that's the. That's
did
what
you see the?
Do you think a commercial of two gay men kissing is going to impact other men to be gay?
So
no,
mistaken. I don't think
not
you're
men, but children. Like, so right now, I always had this theory that prior to the internet, that they introduced an idea on television. Then 5 years from that introduction, then that becomes the norm. So you get people used to something. Shout out to the 5%ers, but most people are followers. The amount of kids right now that are saying they identify as LGBTQIA plus I think they're going up at numbers that I love to get on an investment portfolio. It's like 12% a year, damn near, or something like that.
Wait, what's I don't know those letters.
Inners, I don't know. I just know that it's the whole alphabet, most of the alphabet.
I think it's a lot, but I don't think it's as many as people think it is. Because if I look at my school and how many kids come in and out of the school, it's a very small percentage of kids who are,
All right. Let me try to, Shane, I've uploaded
It's a lot.
something.
I'll find the stats.
I've uploaded something, Shane. I'd like to share it to kind of prove my point and about what Marcus is saying about propaganda. So this picture here, if you've all seen it, this is what we're talking about as far as the black male image. That's what I'm talking about, at least. Being propaganda. So what do y'all think about that?
I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying.
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, go ahead.
But that's not a good look for us, though.
But I saw a picture with Nicki Minaj with her husband, and it looked like he was even though I don't know if he makes more than she does, but the way they had it seated in that picture, he looked like the dominator in the, like she's submissive to her husband.
But see, that doesn't look good for the woman in Rihanna in that situation, because that has been the negative stereotype of Black women anyway.
Now,
but I think somebody made a good point. But listen, I think somebody made a good point though. If it's her interview, it's her interview.
It's her interview. Put him in front and highlight her in the back.
Okay, so let me jump in on this, right? Because I think there's a difference between like the norm of what we're seeing and the exception of the rule, right? I think the new normal that we're seeing is that Black men and Black women are the leaders of the household. Black women don't need a man. Black women are more represented in interracial relationships when it comes to the media, not just commercials. We're also talking about film. We're also talking about music. We're also talking about interviews. We're also talking about politics. We're also talking about, the way, like, depiction, right? And what we're seeing more of when it comes to Black men is a lot of homosexuality, right? And I think that was what Marcus was talking about, this feminization of the Black man, right? And if we're looking at history as like a progression, because this is important. Like if we look at things as isolated incidents, we lose the bigger picture. Mm-hmm. It was, the drug epidemic, mass incarceration, over policing. We looked at government funding for separating homes. We look at
employment opportunities.
Opportunities. We look at like what people call incentivization, which is still debatable, of the separation of the Black household. Right. That was step one. Now we're on step two of look at how much better off you can be if you just continue down this route. Right. Look at your men. They prefer other men. Like, I know a few of y'all are in Atlanta, right? Like what is the stereotype about Black men in Atlanta?
I see more white men who are gay.
Not what your experience is. What is this?
What the narrative is? Yes,
them niggas gay.
I don't think that narrative.
Or on the DL, right?
No, that's a huge narrative.
It is a huge narrative, and that's exactly why.
Okay, so I know that they say our population. I just want to clarify. I know that they say we have a high population, but I've never heard them say that it's Black men. They just say it's a high population.
Black men and ST. Black men.
Not just being Black men being homosexual, but also the tie to the HIV and AIDS,
STDs.
I've never heard and so it's not to say it's not true.
But that's what I'm getting at, right? It's this progression to normalize that Black families are not normal, right? And I think that's the thing that we need to start paying attention to and being really critical of is the things that we're seeing and what traditional households look like, because we've seen, like what statistics show, what the advantages are of having a traditional household. When we see these pushes for Black families to look non-traditional, we need to start being a little bit more critical of that. And like, although I don't agree with all of the criticisms of those photo shoots with Rihanna, I think it still fits into the narrative of normalizing a non-traditional Black household.
But you know what? I think that picture. But let's just be honest, and you're right, because the way they did that layout. But when somebody made a point about how we're looked at, I think it was a post, and I wish I had it. It was like saying, "Oh, Rihanna, unwed single mom baby number 2," and then somebody came under and said, "Are y'all saying the same thing about Travis Scott's baby mama?" And then you think about Eva Mendes, who has 2 of Ryan Gosling's kids. Nobody ever calls her the single, unwed woman. We don't.
You know what? There's 2 things about that. There's 2 things about that. Eva Mendes ain't out here rubbing on her stomach doing reveals and shit. That's first off. So to do it is one, to glorify it is another. We have a seriously bad.
We follow her. I don't know what she does.
Look, this is how I look at propaganda in any type of print media, any of this stuff. It's curated, right? So she could have done the exact same thing as any other Black woman that's famous, but it's not selected and highlighted. the news, movies, there's a selection with a specific thought process. There's a casting for each individual person, and there's a specific reason for that. It's a movie, I believe it's called Ad Wars, or and it talks about the psychology behind advertising, and it's really mass manipulation, right? The colors, they talk about how different colors. Yeah, it's a science. They talk about how different colors will make you want to buy, how different colors can relax you. They do multiple testings on these things, how emblems work and all these things. And one of the things that was interesting in there, this movie is like 15, maybe 10 years old. The movie kicks off, and it was a fast food company trying to normalize the food not being good, right? So what they did was a body positivity campaign. Then, so the lady, she was bulimic and she got all these surgeries to be skinny. And then they said, no, you gotta love your body at any size. This way before body positivity came out. So now they promoting being overweight, so the fast food company could continue to push their product. Then the advertising company got another thing from a health food company or something like that. So now they were able to run a different narrative on how fast food kills you. Like all of these things, they work in the benefit of someone, right?
Corporate.
And I always ask the question, whom is benefiting from a particular narrative?
But let me say this though. In white people's defense, when I grew up in the 90s, because I had a lot of white friends, I went to a white high school. A lot of those movies, like the Jerry Maguire, what's the one with the Kevin Costner? He saved the white girl who was the white woman who was a single mom. It was a lot of single white mom shows. And then the guy came in and saved the single mom. So they had it too.
Even still, that narrative is a man coming in and saving a woman, and they creating a good family. Our narrative ain't coming in and saving. Our narrative is
We need to be saved.
But not just that, Marcus. There's a specific narrative about what that white single mother looks like. She's always low income. She's always bottom of the totem pole, and
so he brought her up, like,
right? Exactly, right? She's not the most desirable, top of the echelon, daughter of a billionaire white woman. She's the quote unquote white trash.
So
right?
discouraging them from doing that, right? There's the discouragement from a white woman being a single mother per that news media. But then on the adverse, you encourage the black single mother because she's successful, living her best life as a boss who doesn't need a man. Like there's a specific thing being curated. And I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but it's blaringly obvious.
So this is the part we forgot to add to it as well. I call out BET and the OWN network for this. Okay. BET has a black female CEO. If you didn't know, look at the programming and how it has changed in the last 10 years. It is directly associated with emasculating men. The OWN network is the only program I've ever heard in my life on that Queen Sugar show to refer to a man as a helpmeet to a woman.
He said that?
They said that in the last season. This is my helpmeet.
This is where
I stopped the show. I stopped it. My wife was watching. I stopped it and rewinded it. Said, "Excuse me, these networks represented by black women, written by black women. Only people on earth that have the audacity to call a man a helpmeet. Like, so we're not like just saying out of our mouths that there's a curated, an orchestrated effort to emasculate the black man. I'm picking up these cues just watching regular television.
That's
just one thing I want to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got it.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quickly. The thing is like this topic really expands into such a big, I guess, movement or push, if you will, that has been in the making for a long time. Stemming, you could include feminism, the gender theory, intersectionality, all of those things from the Frankfurt School and in the colleges and universities. And someone could say, well, that's conspiratorial, but I'm sure there's people who have studied it and have direct connections to all of this. And again, one of the reasons why I know I'm white, shocker, right? But I identify with a lot of things in this space because a lot of these issues are just as, predominant in the white community. It's funny, like a lot of people will speak so highly of white people, and I'm like,
yeah.
what?
It's so funny because we focus on our stuff, but you are in that community, so it's probably things that you see that we just don't even pay attention to because it's just not even on our, So that's,
Radar.
Well, the stats say they're right behind us. So
Yeah, like, and I think freaking white people are the worst, but especially just the I'm saying like the lefties and stuff like that because
yeah,
they push stuff that it's like it's hurting everyone, but
Family,
especially
across the board.
yes, and they don't care about family, they don't care about any of this, and it's just disgusting to see, and I just see it on across all races, but it's just the Western society, I guess, as a whole. But yeah,
I want to blink twice, Coach K. Make sure we're not
you
holding.
guys are stupid.
But no, I really noticed it during the Super Bowl. There were 3 very different commercials. There was one commercial with a white lady and her mixed son, who she couldn't find his place in the world. He tried football, he tried another sport, she couldn't get it to work, and he ended up being the damn mascot. There was another commercial where it was the guy. It was a picture of a guy showing it was a Pixels commercial. As a matter of fact, he had a shirt. I'm happy to be this guy, and it was doing this right here, right? And they were trying to highlight their camera and their editing, so it wiped out where it says I'm happy to be this guy, and he ended up being a transgender of some sort.
He was black,
And
wasn't he? He was black, wasn't he?
I believe he was actually that one. He was mixed.
Okay.
And then there was another commercial with the black mom and the white dad, and basically he swooped in to save the day. So when you couple all of these things with what we're seeing, like what he just said with OWN and BET, it I I I don't know who they're messaging to, but everything is negative against what appears to me to be negative against the black man or emasculating the black man in some way, and I can't wrap my head around why that is. Like,
so
I don't know the answer
Hold
to
on.
that.
Let me just add one thing, Sugar Mike, real quick.
Go
Just
ahead.
real quick. So if the goal, and like we in a democracy supposedly controlled by population size, right? The majority rule or majority vote block, right? So you have a one-way type of interracial relationship. You have a man-on-man relationship, right? And then you have a push for child deletion, or it's only legal in certain areas that are highly densely populated by a certain group of people. I mean, I'm just saying this isn't. I'm putting those 3 things out there that can be checked and verified. It's not like, no, I'm creating something. Like, look it up. I don't know. It seems like a clear narrative to me. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. So what is, because we're gonna teach class tonight, y'all. What is also just as prevalent, all right, just as prevalent as the agenda to emasculate black men is also the agenda that we're all dumb and inadequate.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching Grownish 2 nights ago, recorded. Yeah, that show. Watch very closely. It's men in general. And here's the funny thing. I don't like feminism, as y'all know. That's no secret. But one of the things about feminism when I was in college, I told you a lot of the men now that are red pill, we were the biggest simps. Okay? I went to an HBCU. Huge simp by default. Going to a black college will make you a simp. It's nothing but black women there. You want to sleep with them. You go to all the rallies. You sleep with all the sorority girls. You're going to be indoctrinated into the liberal progressive agenda. It is only that when I grew up and my upbringing took over that I realized that my conservative side is who I am. Then I woke up to be the trigger Mike I am today. But the one thing I've noticed is that the agenda to make men look stupid is actually very clear. This is what they do. For feminism, it cannot achieve its agenda of making women look smart or powerful without making men look weak and inept. It cannot. Like literally, it can't do one without the other. It can't just say women are smart. It has to say women are smart, insert stupid comment from man, letting him know he needs to be corrected by a woman because she's smarter. You will see that in every single sitcom led with a strong female lead. Every single one. She will be correcting the man. He will have to, even though he's probably done the job longer, she will show up as the novice and insert some kind of expertise statement in which implies she should be running the whole show. All right, like just watch closely for this. I'm telling you, it's in every single program because it's a natural feminist agenda. I don't know if you watched my show where I said women actually have I believe it's natural. You have a natural inferiority complex toward men. I don't believe women can help it. We're bigger, stronger, faster, all of that type of stuff. So in order to, you don't want to stand next to us. Naturally, if you have the opportunity to have power over us, most women are really just going to take it. Right. So when you're writing a fictional story, that's the opportunity you can take to make a dig at, to take a dig at men.
I love that trigger, Mike, because I saw the same thing, and I wanted to answer AP's question from a different angle. Like the why, right? I think if we take a look at what Black households were capable of when Black households existed, when we look at Black Wall Street, when we look at Seneca Park, when we look at the multitude of communities that have existed across North America, around the world, of what Black people have been able to build, to curate for themselves. When Black families existed, therefore Black community truly existed. If you do not want that, and you do not want the progression of Black people, the easiest thing to do to make sure that that never happens again is to destroy Black families. Because without the nuclear family, you don't have community.
Yeah.
If you don't have community, you don't have progression.
And I think to piggyback off that, to Coach K's point earlier, I think the way American culture is set up, Black people usually create something that's popular and then it gets adopted and removed from out of our hands, like rock and roll or something. I think that the issue that the white community is going through is a direct relation to that, because when which is the weirdest thing, because if something gets done to our community, even with drugs, like the drug epidemic, it ravished us, and then it just moved to your community next. And with rock and roll, it was our thing. Then it was taken and it became y'all community's thing after that. They doing it with rap right now. I won't be surprised if 20 years from now we see white boys drilling and acting just like Chief Keef now. And I see it peeking his head up in hip hop, because it's the same effort that was done with rock and roll to remove it from our group to make it to the majority group and then isolate us out of it. It's the same exact thing that's happening right now.
So can I make y'all this, and then you tell me and explain why? So when we look at it historically, right, these narratives and stories and this push about Black men and even Black women, you know, in terms of the negative stereotypes, Black men are lazy, you know, Black women are the mammies or either the sexual deviants, things like that. So this narrative has been pushed for years, hundreds of years, right? So what do you think the difference is between that narrative being pushed then, but the Black family structure as best as it could, because you got to think of the systemic aspects of it that kind of tore it apart, but as best as they could still came together, versus now when we still have these same negative stereotypes on you know, Black men and Black women, and yet we are not pushing towards each other.
Oh, daddies. It's simple. Daddies.
No, women empowerment and finance. It allowed that narrative to be pushed, that you don't need the father, to trigger Mike's point, and you can operate independently of that. Because fathers, we provide as safeguards and all the things that enter the home. We sit there and fight them off. Our job to keep all penises out our home, and all other ideas we don't like from inside our home. You remove that, the penises come in freely, and so
literally they found the cheat code. They were like, We don't want to fight them on the governmental front. We can't fight them by trying to go in their communities and kill them. We can just enact legislation to try to slowly remove them from the home and give them women a choice over them, and that worked better than anything.
So I'm gonna add another complex layer to this, right? What the gentlemen have said is all very, very true, right? Like, men are the front line defense for any of that type of influence to come into the family. I think the greatest thing that this infrastructure has been able to accomplish is to make people willing participants to fall into that mentality, where women are choosing to stay single, where women are choosing to be single mothers, where women are choosing to opt into the system that does not benefit them. That has been the greatest accomplishment to keep this going, and what has been the biggest difference in like the difficulties of creating families back then than it is now, where people were enforced, where families were separated during times of slavery. Now people are choosing to separate their families. That is the big difference, right? It's that indoctrination that has allowed people to think that this is for their benefit.
Yeah, so they don't have to force them because they can't as they did once, before. So that's just the craziest part when you really like look at all of this. It's just it's just so crazy.
That's why my whole thing, I know me and Ali go back and forth about this all day. And my thing is, I can't isolate my kids in the world and fix the world to fix everything. You have to create a safe space for your family. You have to instill the values that you want and protect your family so that they have the tools to fight these things off when they go out into the world. You're not going to be able to just conquer the world so your family is safe. You got to prepare your family to fight the world. That's my general thought.
So it seemed like to me the only thing, and I know this sounds bad, but I think it's true when I look at the historically, that we have to be put in a position where we have to rely on each other, right? Because in back then you had economic reasons where you had to rely on each other. Then you look historically, with slavery, we had no choice, right? So it seems like at this point, the only thing that would save the Black family unit is a situation that would occur where we are forced to rely on each other.
Well, there's no reason to force this. Society always corrects itself. The people in the 80s and the crack epidemic and all this type of stuff, their children didn't make the same mistakes they did from seeing what their parents went through. Society is always going to correct itself. Here's my best guess on how this is going to happen. One big reason it's going to happen sooner than I anticipated, after reading some articles last week about ChatGPT. What kind of jobs, if y'all know, do women do in general? Women chose careers and jobs over their men. Women do admin jobs. Well, all of those admin jobs are about to be eliminated by AI.
Automation.
They're about to be eliminated. So all of that choosing the job over your man, oops, your job is about to be eliminated by AI. But the other reason why you see women being so bold is because we were just talking about this earlier about how people take care of mom. Women don't think about the future at all when they make these decisions at all. Inaz talked about how culture is supposed to take care of people, and especially the women when they die. There is no culture anymore. These women didn't have any foresight to think, well, damn, will my kids even want to take me in or be set up and be put in a position to do that? It is literally the man living in a house in which a man and a woman are working and paying, and then the man takes over and finishes payment on that house for them to even have something to sell to take care of mom. So all of these things are going to come to a head when 50% of the American female population will be single. Nobody's going to know what to do with it. And then the people who see this catastrophe aren't going to want anything to do with it. Right? They're going to start like making different decisions just because it's so bad for their mothers and the women who, weren't married and all of that.
And so on top of that, right, we also talk about the single mothers that turn their children against the father, right? We talk about that manipulation very regularly on the internet. At some point, those children are going to grow up and understand exactly what that manipulation is. And those children are going to opt out of having a relationship with their mother because that community, that culture, that household hasn't existed. And so that's the other long-term side effect that some women have not accounted for. Again, I'm not saying all single mothers are like this, not all of them are toxic, but the ones that do manipulate the system and the ones that do take advantage of that and do turn their child away from that situation are the ones that are going to be either put in a home or find themselves destitute as well.
Yep, agreed.
Mhm.
That's another reason why I don't like going at the women in our community, especially online. I think that you can clip it and create a narrative and run with it. Like
Yep.
if somebody was doing something nefarious with the information, you can clip this stuff and feed both sides, like through divide and conquer. Take a video of they need to delete all male black babies. Then a video of us saying we don't want y'all ever. The divide just gets larger and larger. Why is it that it's mainstream news that we're not getting along? That's it's not mainstream news that the Asian women and Asian men aren't dating at the same rate that they used to, or that they're why is ours so publicized? I'm just curious. I don't know.
I mean, you know the answer. We're just tired of saying the two words.
Yeah.
All right. Do we have any more super chats?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they showing us love tonight.
All right, thank you.
They're showing a lot of love tonight.
A lot of love. Thank you guys. Uncle Luke.
Because we
just like
all-stars.
with the passport bros thing, if nobody truly cared about guys going overseas, then there would be no conversation about it. Just saying. Did I read that one already?
You read that one already.
Okay. Sir Chi. Inaz, when I played sports in school, you would not believe what white guys say about black women in the locker room. The double standard has to stop. Well, what do they say? I don't know.
Oh, I believe it. I went to a predominantly white school. I believe what they would say.
I want to know, what do they say?
I don't know.
Black women are very heavily fetishized, especially by white men.
Oh yeah, they go full Lupita. They don't even go light skin. They want the Lupitas of the world. Yeah.
Let's just say you don't back when I played, you didn't typically hear anything negative about the black body. The only thing negative you would ever really hear was, I can't marry her, but I would love to.
That's the difference. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, listen, I find that I get more white men who are intentional daters than I do black men who are intentional daters.
Well, I mean, those are the simplest. Those are the simplest things to understand. Men. So this is the part I want to highlight. There is no difference. In fact, black couples do better. When a black man comes from a 2-parent household of married parents, he will behave the same or better. Because did you know college-educated black couples do better than college-educated white couples? Did you know that? Mm-hmm. So we got to leave it out there that generalization, because if there were more black homes, black men would be out here running this whole shit, literally.
All right, Cole Black. The difference is sexual desire for a man who can propose marriage and provide resources versus sexual desired black women who will extract resources. Two different outcomes.
Racism exists around the world. The men are still fetishized, even though these women are not permitted to marry them. I completely disagree.
Yeah, well, come to think of it, I mean, just like I said, I know I have a small worldview because I'm not like travel all over the place. But typically, from my understanding and for what I've seen, is that you will typically only see black men marry outside of their race for the most part within Western society, within America. When you go internationally, that is not necessarily as acceptable.
So in parts of Latin America and certain parts of Europe, it still is. In parts of Africa, there's still some level of acceptability. But in terms of the Middle East, in terms of Asia, in terms of certain parts of Europe, there's still like a heavy influence of racism where it's not quite as acceptable. And even if you're successful in getting married, there's still a lot of issues in being a part of that community and in being a part of that family.
Because even like, believe it or not, like in New York, you know, is very diverse. So you do see a lot of, mixing or whatever. But there's also the part where there is not any, and that's not going to happen. One of my husband's, close friends, like he typically dated Puerto Ricans, and he brought his girlfriend brought him to the house, and the dad thought that he was Dominican. And a lot of times Dominicans and Puerto Ricans don't, they have their own little issues with each other. But and was like, no, like he was kind of, mistreating him because he thought he was Dominican. He didn't even realize that he was Black, but so that does happen even here. But I just have seen more so on an international level that they typically, which I think honestly, across the board, most Black men are married to Black women. Most white men are married to most white women. So I think that typically happens across the board in general. Go to the next one, Shan.
All right, so I just wanted to, when you touched on earlier, when you were saying this book goes back to sex for men and sex for women. I really wish, man, we need a testosterone pill or something.
No, Marcus, I heard you, and I'm 100% like I take your word for it, because I will never experience what it's like to be in the body of a man. But the super chat that came up before this was specifically around the ability to marry and provide. So that's what I was getting at with my comment.
Okay.
Uncle Luke, 1980s. Question for Average Man Unplugged. Are you still in Colombia? And if so, how are you enjoying your experience overseas, brother? Support your content. Uncle Luke, if you're still here, yes, he's in Colombia still. That's why he left. He told us earlier that he was going to a what did he say? A carnival. Yeah.
And he was enjoying himself.
He said he was enjoying himself. Sir Chai, Coach K, Bengals should have won that game. Prime VA. There is a study from 2000. I'm not sure if that's 2002 is going to be, or it was supposed to be 2020. I'm not sure which one. Showing Black men don't care if Black women date out as much as Black women care about Black men doing it. Why would we care? I mean, I would like to see this study, but to be honest, I think that might be true. And part of it is this. I think as Black women, I think we already see that we have limited options. I think that's part of it too, where Black women feel that they already have limited options when it comes to Black men. And so then when they are also dating out, I think that's a layer of it, is that now we have even less options to choose from. That's just my opinion.
Do you think it's possible for us to like remove the top 10% of men out of women's mind completely?
Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah.
Not with social media.
That was a dumb question. I know. That's a dumb question. That's what it would take.
Supply, $2. The numbers are up, Shan. Inaz, I'm mistaken. Nice. Thanks. Sir Chai, Philippines and Thailand are a safe haven for Black men. Ray Alexander, topic request. Are modern men unnecessarily frustrating themselves by trying to date women out of their lane? Is the blue collar / white collar romantic coupling realistic, or is it a mating mismatch? Hold on, let keep that there. I'm gonna just take a picture of it real quick, just
That's a
so
good question for another night.
right.
That's a great topic.
Yeah, that's. I would not mind discussing that.
I think Lapeef
Okay.
would say to email the network, send in that request.
Okay, got it. Okay. Go to the next one. Shannon, there's one more. Ray Alexander, discussion topic request was submitted for consideration for a future live stream. We got you, Ray. You gonna pull up? Because I know you like doing research too, if you're still on.
The only thing I'd say right now is that the modern man has adjusted to the modern woman. That's the biggest thing that I've seen with this 50-50 deal. They're adjusting to what women are saying. I don't think like they do. I'm just saying from what I've observed.
If that were true, we would start to see the marriage rates increase, and that's not
Neither one wants to get married because
no modern people still want to get married. They just want the dynamic to look differently, and marriage rates are not going up. And so I don't agree at all.
No, I don't like so. And I'm gonna use a person that we see on many of these streams quite a bit. Anna, for example, is to me what I would consider a modern woman.
Who?
That's
Anna,
extreme.
O-N-A.
Anna?
No, I think she thinks a lot like the 20-somethings actually think. Like, I don't want to get, her thing is she doesn't want to get married. She wants to have a kid and co-parent.
Who? I didn't miss who you said.
Like, Anna, O-N-N-A is how you spell her name.
Oh, I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
She's a regular on a few of the shows.
Okay.
But and she's not the only one I've heard say that. It was just it was one of the names that I've seen quite a bit, right? She doesn't want to get married at all. She wants to co-parent. And if they do anything, she wants it 50-50. The modern man is kind of adjusting to it. And if you listen to what Chic, who is a traditionalist, he himself, who is unmarried still, talks 50-50. Like they're like it's kind of the way they move. I would say I mean, I know this is a whole topic for a different conversation.
They don't represent the majority though.
So hang on, because Chic and Anna are on two different ends of the spectrum, right? I think Chic is young and still establishing himself, and so I think in terms of logic, 50-50 makes more sense for him until I truly believe that once Chic is more established, he's going to change his mind about the whole 50-50 thing. Mark my words. Literally, I want each and every single one of you to remember this show. I think when Chic is more established, he's going to look for a woman who is more traditional.
Well, see, I think I think from what he's seen, I think he's a traditionalist. But the men are adjusting to the women.
No, because
that's what they're doing.
No, Kate, because Chic has been open about his age, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chic is still under the age of 30, and I think the men on this panel have generally talked about the mindset shift around the age of 30, right? So give Chic a few more years. Give Chic a few more years before we start to understand who Chic is going to be as like a fully developed. Not that he's not a developed man, but in terms of like his mentality of the man he's going to be for the rest of his life. Give him a few more years, right?
So
my prediction is that he's going to be different with Anna, because I think this is really important. Anna, I think it was last week on Trigger Mike's show, said something that was like really profound in terms of like her rhetoric. She has put zero thought into how she was going to think or feel in the future. Anna has said, for me right now, this is how I feel. This is what I'm promoting. Nobody can change my mind. And she has stayed consistent in that. However, Anna, in 10 years, because I think women take a little bit longer in terms of realizing who they are going to be for the rest of their lives, I think it'll take Anna a little bit longer to realize the woman that she's going to be for the rest of her life. Does that have consequences? Of course. Does she care about those consequences at this time? She has clearly stated out of her own words she does not care right now, and that if that changes in the future, she's willing to bear the consequences, right? I think that right now, with social media, with the way that society is promoting certain values and certain aesthetics and certain thought processes, I think it's so right here, right now, follow that dopamine hit and not necessarily looking towards the future, that I think the young people right now are so focused in right now, we have no idea how things are going to turn out for them in a few years.
And but when we're speaking modern, aren't those the kind of people we're talking? We're not talking about people our age, are we?
I don't know. When I was I was reading something, and it was saying that this generation, like, coming up, is it the Gen Zs, or I don't know which letter it is, but anyway, that they like the whole, like, they are delaying, having children out of wedlock. The numbers for them have gone down significantly. So that speaks to kind of what Trigger Mike was saying, is that, the society has a tendency to kind of correct itself. And so we're seeing that part there, where they're not having children out of wedlock. The numbers are going down in that regard. The other thing to that too is that they are getting married. The thing though is that they're not getting married at an earlier age. They're delaying marriage for a lot longer. So that's the other issue. I think they're getting it right and getting it wrong at the same time. They're not having kids, but they're waiting too long to start a family.
How do y'all think the shift in, like, the manosphere / the cultural shift that's being created and pushed, what percentage of men do y'all think are being affected by what's being said, like the manosphere extended?
Of men?
You saying, do we think the majority of men are being impacted?
Yeah.
So I don't think it's the men. I think it's the boys 17 and under that are going to be impacted by the manosphere. I think at where we are right now, I think the manosphere is full of a bunch of men who have lived long enough to have frustrations with the opposite sex to be vocalizing it. But I think that the younger generation that hasn't had enough experience with the opposite sex, that's taking in all of this information and is disconnected from the world around them, I think that's going to manifest in a really strange way.
And when you add on a layer of lack of social skills, just because of the era that they're in, not knowing how to interact in general, will probably reinforce the idea of what they're hearing online.
If I may, and this is not to kiss my boy's butt or anything, but I think his show is really important, mainly because it's a little bit of red pill and a lot of common sense. And it's more about having the dialogue about the direction that the community needs to go, which is why I truly appreciate Trigger Mike's show. And I think more shows.
I was like, who are you talking about?
I was wondering too.
But it's why more shows like that needs to happen, because not only are the panels not hostile, but everybody gets the opportunity to speak, to say their own truth. And I say it that way because I believe there's a difference between a fact and the truth, by the way. And you don't necessarily make it be this type of conversation or that type of conversation. You say, okay, guys, let's just have the conversation. Let's talk about the solution. Let's talk about what we see, instead of the constant hammering of the red pill rage, which I think needs to, at some point, in my opinion, it needs to start tapering away, and more shows like yours needs to start popping up. So that's why I appreciate your shows. I can't always listen to them because I'm at work and I have people in and out of my office. And I had my director in the other day, by the way, and y'all started cussing. I was like, damn it.
I'll be telling y'all to put those earbuds in. I can't help
I
it.
started doing that.
I was about to say, I can't help it
in the
when some
middle of
people
work,
come on the
and
panel.
then Auntie J come in like, yeah, you got to drain them balls. And you like,
Yo, she was wilding today.
But no, you let the conversation happen, and I think more of that needs to start taking place.
So AP, let me tell you something for real, for real. So I have lit. I don't even know. I don't know. Call it Providence. Call it whatever. In fact, I don't know. This is every time I've tried to not believe in God in my life. This is the type of stuff that happens. About a year ago, I started just writing down random topics in the notes section in my phone, and I wanted to start my own show. Started my own channel, and I kept thinking to myself, how do you talk about this stuff without it being contentious? And then I couldn't figure it out. And because it's exactly what everybody else is trying to talk about, right? Anton talk about it. They talk about it on Fight Club. They'll talk about it on J. So I figured when I started the show, there was no way I was going to be able to achieve it to where it was at the most part a mild-mannered panel where the discussion and the critical points that need to be relayed could get through. Then I realized, oh snap, the way I manage this panel is the way I manage things at work. It's the person, like literally, I have to ask questions to frame, you see what I'm saying, people's mind around it, because you'll notice immediately when, like we talked about, when you start saying what men want, it'll trigger the women, because you'll notice exactly when they come through. Right when they pop up, it's like, Callie will pop up, PhD will pop up. But even then, it's almost like, hold on, listen to what the men are saying, but equally make space for the women to say what they're saying. So the discussion can happen, because that right there is where the fight happens on. So the entertainment value, some people will choose to have the entertainment value of a fight rather than the educational value of a dialogue.
Well,
So
I think that's
that's
probably
what,
the problem with most of these spaces, because when you look at the likes, it's the drama, it's that get the likes, so then it's reinforced. But when you're having dialogue like this, I think we say we want solutions, but it's not necessarily solution based, in the sense that you have two ideologies or two ideas, and then it's about, well, I want my idea to be the right one.
Yeah.
And my idea is the only right one. This is the way we all should go. And I think that is part of the problem, because when we look at the human experience, it's varied. So you can talk, Trigger Mike, for your experience and what works in your household.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a reflection of a specific group of men who want to be that type of man. But then you could probably go to Trill's show, and he talks about his experience with his wife and how his household is, which doesn't necessarily look like yours, but it works for him. And I think our problem is that we get in these spaces and try to generalize and say, this is the way that everybody needs to do it and it's going to work. And it just doesn't, because my marriage doesn't look like your marriage or Marcus's marriage, right? But all of our marriages are working. Like, I'm almost 20 years in. You're in your double digits. You're in your double digits, right? So it's working. It's just not working the same way. And that's why I think it's about just finding the one that is for you.
I think that, so I hear what you're saying, Mistaken, but I think that a bit of the drama is important for the intellectual part too, right? I think sometimes when we get too immersed in like echo chambers, we get caught in a bubble and our thinking doesn't expand. So what I really like about Trigger Mike's show is, to contradict AP a little bit, it does get a little hostile from time to time. It does. It's controlled hostility, because Trigger Mike takes the control back from the conversation and is masterful at like steering the conversation. But there is some chaos that forces you to ask yourself questions or criticize your own perspective in a way that you might not be challenged otherwise. Right.
But
and
that's the question. Are people doing that, or they're watching to be entertained? There's a difference.
So I'll say this, right? Because, whether I'm commenting or not, because I can be sometimes pretty active in his chat. I am usually listening on a pretty regular basis. And I have started to see a few of the regulars that show up start to very just gently shift their mindsets just a little bit. You're not going to change the world in a day. A lot of the people who are listening in are full grown adults, right? And so they have a very set way of thinking and of looking at the world and analyzing the world. It's going to be a very slow progression. And if we don't have enough patience for people to build a new perspective over time, I think we're just going to lose a lot of the people in the community. I think it's going to take Trigger Mike having his show a year, 2 years, 5 years to see real progression, right? And I think we need to be fair to the people that we're trying to communicate with and trying to have grow, to give them that amount of time in order to like see real change.
And
I think that's well, I don't think we disagree at all. At all. But I don't see necessarily a disagreement, even if it's a little heated, as the chaos that we see on other panels with the constant. I'm just gonna let this fight happen. Mike TM doesn't allow that to happen. It's okay. You got it out. You got it out, DTM, and you got it out. PhD, whatever, I forget her name. Now,
PhD.
You'll pull a question from their conversation and then give it to the entire panel. It's insane to watch because you will basically pause the show, interject, and you'll say, okay, I'm going off topic. I had this question, but y'all brought something else to mind. And it was strictly from the conversation that they were having, and you allow it to open up to the entire panel. And I think there's beauty in that.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, I really think it's awesome.
I think I'm tracking with you. And the one thing that's interesting, and this is going to sound very simpish, this is how you keep the integrity. So I'm actually going to create, I didn't even tell him this. I started working on it. I'm going to create like rules of engagement for shows, right? For all the P shows, right? This is, I don't know what color code we're going to give to Chic Critique, but we want it to stay just like this. This energy is good, right? Then you're going to give a color code to Thursday. Then we'll give a color code to the Trigger Mike show. Like, if you're going to come on here, this is how it can get. But have you noticed that you have to protect the women a little bit and let them get their point across, even if it's toxic? Because if you don't protect that, that's when it becomes that echo chamber and it'll turn into. So I really gauge the success of the show by how many women aren't afraid to come up, right? So that's why I even let Anna up. And no, you know what I'm saying? And the more I see them talk, and I know, like, you could see the dudes like, oh, I'm about to get her ass. I'm like, let her finish. Because even the toxic stuff, you need to hear it. You need to hear it. Like, I want to know who's racist. I want to know who wants you to delete black children. I want to know all this stuff. I don't hide from these opinions. So as long as we protect the integrity based on people talking, right, and then share your opinion back, I think we can keep the integrity of the show going. Go ahead.
Yeah, I really enjoy this show too, Trigger Mike. My boy, what's the CLDMP? He be coming in.
Yeah.
He
consistent, bro. He consistent, bro.
But one question I have for the panel, and I want the chat to give me a definition of this. What is the definition of simp? Because I see the way people use it.
Urban Dictionary defined it perfect.
You say what?
I've read it off of. Damn, no, yeah.
Because I think
Urban Dictionary
can't use it, so it'll be like. Because to my understanding, I thought it was a man that does things for women who he has sexual attraction to that will never reciprocate that attraction.
All right, the Urban Dictionary says it is when a male is overly submissive to a female and gains nothing from it. So that's the same thing.
So, okay. Definitions are important and great, but context is also important and great, right? There is the definition of what a simp is, but simp is also used to reprimand men that are not what some men think is on code, right? So it used to be, right, calling men gay. Like if you were not on code, they would call you gay. or
Oh,
whatever,
you're right.
insert whatever slur that is synonymous to that, right?
Yeah.
That used to be the thing that used to get men to fall in line. Now it's being called a simp. Now, if they call you a simp, they're signaling you're not on code, and we're gonna shame you for not being on code, and so now you have to be on code. So yes, there's the definition of what a simp is, and then there's also the way that the term is applied towards people.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've,
because I
I've
be
seen
saying
it. I've
stuff.
seen it a lot.
And then there are real simps. And after all of that,
Right.
there are real.
No,
Bro,
I've seen
I
it.
never
Used.
did
Go
what
ahead.
would be the definition of simping in my life. But then I see people who I'm pretty sure do those things call other people simp.
You know what? Let me give you the
Like,
contextual way I will use this word. I hate these type of like these dudes. I hate them because it's so apparent when they do it, and you can in your mind tell me who I'm talking about. Like on my panel, it is to me a simp. I use it only in the context of a man who will ingratiate himself with women to keep them amenable to make himself look more sexually desirable than other men. That's it. Anytime it's
I agree
only
with
when
that.
women are present. You see what I'm saying? In the presence of women, you'll just see them start to what do you call it? Turn on the men, overly agree with the women against the things you heard them say in the past. Like only because women are present, just so he can be the man on the panel. Like I hate that shit. Literally, I would stone him if I could.
Now, Trigger Mike, this wouldn't be the same gentleman that calls you an old man all the time, is it?
I'm not. Nah. Not definitely not him. No.
Okay.
I don't know, man. Yeah. Because so you saying just the action of trying to be agreeable to women is what?
No.
It's more than that.
So the bad part about it, like I think Inaz perfectly described it. When a woman is fundamentally correct, you are actually going and breaking code of intelligence and ethics for men if you don't agree, simply because a woman said it. Some of these dudes
That happens a lot.
fuck that. Ali be doing that shit. And he could tell him Ali be doing that shit. Ali, what she said was intelligent. I agree. You breaking code. Ali, I agree. Because it's true. Like I will not break my code with myself or intelligence or common sense to stay on the side of men. That's not what men do. Right? So yeah. It's not that you agree with women. When a woman says something right, literally, when she proves a man wrong and she makes an intelligent statement backed up by statistics and not her feelings, which we always accuse women of doing, they deserve to be like, yep, that's true. I can't argue that. But some men will be like, no, bro, you breaking code. No, I don't agree with that.
So there is an admittance that there is a bro code as well, because I know we keep hearing about the system.
No, well,
but there is a bro code.
So that particular bro code is fake because you'll see other men will kind of just be like, what are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Like, nah. I don't think we use bro code in that sense. Bro code is like, don't fuck my girl. That's about it.
So it's more of a compliance thing than a bro code.
So when I was younger, bro code was all these girls is for everybody except your main girl. You get one that's your main and nobody can hit her, but you can hit all the rest of them. And if you get mad at somebody for hitting somebody that's not your girl, then you violating bro code. Also, you can't never hate on none of the guys to no girl. So say something reckless about
no dirty macking. No dirty macking.
So my question is, what is the equivalent? What's the equivalent? Because it is there. As women, we can feel it, but y'all just don't. I don't know. Is it that y'all don't have a name for it? Is it the brotherhood? Like y'all say, the sister?
No. So if you'll notice, the reason it don't exist is because of how much we use that simp word. You see what I'm saying? Like literally, men will break their necks to agree with women in order to make themselves look better than other men. It does not. Yeah, like it will get broken in multiple times in one panel. Because you see what I'm saying? Every man is fighting to have something over the next man while the women are present. So in that sense, there is no bro code. No.
So women do that too. women will throw each other under the bus in the presence of men as well.
Quick.
So on that front, there's that equivalency if you're looking for an equivalent.
Okay, but there is no, and the reason I say that is kind of speak to what Trigger Mike was saying, is that has been sometimes what Ali says, man, oh, so you're on code now, you're going off code. So I was just wondering, what is the code? Because I've heard that, a lot. So I was trying to figure out what that means between you guys as men.
I know in the 90s, another part of the code, this is bullshit I'm about to say, used to be, if your homie was like cheating or something, and anybody asked you about it, you had to cover for him.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
you got to
definitely
cover
bro
for your
code.
boy.
Yeah, that's definitely bro code.
Yeah, that's definitely bro code.
So there's no accountability anymore.
No,
I'm not gonna snitch on my dog to his girl. I'm not gonna mess up their relationship. That's not on me. So I'll just lie to him.
And it's actually a lie, because the bad part about it is that you, especially like in middle school, you had that thing where dudes would go tell, like you're sitting there trying to wonder why you got broken up with, when the dude actually went and told your girl what you was doing.
Oh, that's right.
Whoa. You ever wonder what those lunchroom fights were about? Shoot.
Major violation.
Grown men do that too. If they know that woman is not going to say who told her, they will do that too.
She always gonna tell.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, I don't
really
she gonna tell.
business, but we're not in middle school no more. I wouldn't do it. Somebody's gonna die behind that as a grown man.
No, I would never do a friend like that. But but I simply won't reply to his wife or old lady or whoever he's dating.
I was gonna say you're actually
wouldn't reply.
Bro code is a straight up lie, because you already given the information. If you throw your hands up, like I ain't got nothing to do with it now.
Look, you got
a straight up lie.
Hey, look, we got cell phones now. That bitch will stay on unread. Like, hey man, she hitting you up. Hey, you better answer that. I'm gonna leave this bitch unread right now.
You know what? When I think about it, it's no different than what women do for each other. Like, what the hell? Women will lie to the end. Like, literally, we have women that know that women are committing paternity fraud and don't say shit. Like, no.
I'm gonna be honest. I do believe that, but I've always had such a hard time because I don't do that. So my thing has always been, do not do nothing in front of me that you don't want not somebody to know, but if it's somebody that I do know and like we're share the same space, because I don't lie. And I just don't want to be put in that situation. So I'll let them know, if anybody come and ask me, my response will always be, go talk to your wife, go talk to your husband. I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to make up no lie. I'm not going to make up no story for you. Just don't put me in a position to be in any of that mess. Keep it away from me, because I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, but you're also kind of telling, like I just said, no, don't ask me. I don't know.
Absolutely. I say, no, you need to go have that conversation with your husband, or you need to go
that person's gonna be like, she knows something. She knows something.
Have y'all seen the trend that was going around social media where significant others would literally sit next to each other, call the best friend or the sister or whomever they're close with, be like, oh, do you know where so-and-so is, right? And the amount of people that lie effortlessly for their person, like, I think a lot of people really wouldn't tell the truth. So, Mistaken, you are a breed in and of yourself.
Even my husband was like, I know if I ever do anything, just don't ask me. He was like, you're nosy, you like to ask questions. But when I say mind your business, it's to protect us. Because I know if somebody comes and asks something, you don't know how to lie well, you don't know, it's going to be over. So I'm like, all right, yeah, just don't say nothing to me then.
Only way 3 people can keep a secret if it's 2 of them are dead.
That's facts.
Yo, we got some super chats before after hours.
All right, let's go. All right, Ray. Oh, I've read that one already. Let's go consider. Yep. Michael New, why can men be called out on behavior, mindset, and everything else? The panels only go bad when women habits are addressed.
We kind of went on. There's no way to talk about women. Maybe we talk about that after.
You don't think so?
No, literally, no. There, so y'all know Shahrazad Ali said the black woman is the only person that is yet to be critiqued, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's also accept that critique. So really, the question is, who can critique the black woman? Black women can't critique black women. Black men can't critique black women. So it's like, when and who and in what form can black women accept critique? That is a 30-year-old question that has been posed, and nobody has the answer.
Well, do you think, because I think the critique happens. I think the difference is whether you take the critique and change behavior. And I think that's the bigger issue. I think black women have been critiqued, black men have been critiqued. I think the problem is that when you get critiqued, the idea is to be able to take that, do an analysis of that critique, and then make the necessary changes to get the outcomes that you say you want. I think what happens is black women hear it, get defensive, so they're not really dealing with the critique.
I was going to say, as an ethnic group, what's really supposed to happen, because we're not looking at this like one person represents the black community, right? On the women's side, right? What really is supposed to happen is a culture change, culture shift, rather. So we still see the culture shift in media, ain't gone nowhere. In fact, it got worse. Mm-hmm. So right now it looks like the doubling down of black women are in charge, black women don't need men, black women don't. So it's like, if they were actually willing to accept the critique, you would see the culture shift, especially since the data and statistic is so clear of how bad it hurts the black family. So until we see that, we will know that they're not accepting of that critique at all.
So I'm going to offer a different perspective, right? Because I don't know of a time where black women were not critiqued. If we're honest, right? I don't know of a time where black women were not critiqued, whether it was their body or their behavior or the way. Now we're talking about the way they show up in relationship. There's never been a time where black women have not been critiqued. I think what's happened now is black women have become so exhausted of being critiqued that they've accepted the stereotypes instead of moving towards like the opposite direction of progressing, right? Black women have always been critiqued. I think black women have just said, you know what? This is what you think of us. This is what we're going to become, and we're going to be the best at it. It is incredibly damaging to our community. I'm going to acknowledge that, right? It is not great, but I on an intellectual level can understand the frustration.
I definitely like that perspective when we say this part. I definitely like that perspective. I think I said accept the part where y'all have accepted the stereotype. Y'all have not accepted the stereotype.
Hold on real quick. Chaotic, she already handed your behind to you once. Please don't.
Is he in the back?
Yeah, he said this.
He's in the chat.
Look, this is chaotic.
Hey, you know what? We haven't had our dose of toxicity tonight. Why don't you just jump on in?
Link for chaotic.
I'm gonna read the rest of the chats.
TM, you're right. We haven't had any dose of chaos tonight. Even when we had a passport bro.
We're just too mature, man.
Ben, there's a video from the late 80s of a black gentleman explaining the state of the modern relationship on using a whiteboard. I know what he's talking about because he also, I can't think of the name of the book, but something about the black boys or whatever. Because I remember my mom. Yes, it was him. Yeah, and that's what he was saying in terms of the way that the relationships and marriage change is based on economics. And so we begin to see a shift in the family dynamics, like from the agricultural age, you had huge families because it served the purpose. And then it moved into the industrialization. And then that changed the dynamic because then women became, went into the workforce and things like that. The type of jobs changed. And then now we're in like the technological computer age. And now that has totally change the family because there's a less reliance on men altogether. So he was correlating the economics with relationship. Let's see.
He's trolling in the chat. Jesus.
He said Jews don't graduate.
Alex P. Keaton. Simp is just a word used by dudes who lack the vocabulary to actually argue a position he dislikes. Yeah, that's what I noticed. Typically, when the word simp is used, is when another man agrees with something that a woman said that's not necessarily in a man's favor. Then he becomes a simp.
Every time I make the argument that men are the leaders, and because of that, we held to a different standard, and I'm only addressing men, you're the biggest simp ever. I'm like, bro, that's literally not pedestalizing women. I don't get how you can make that correlation.
Bro, you should see the email.
Not pedestalizing.
Nah, bro, you should see the email I got after my first show here on this panel. I was like, wait, what the fuck is this?
First of all, how did they get your email? That's what I want to know.
Hey, hold on. Y'all go ahead and go through the super chat.
Right.
I'll tell you guys after hours. I'll even read it to you. It's nuts.
Michael New, let's be honest. Most Black women want equal, but can't take what comes with equity. We have to break these curses. What? We have to break these curses. Kids follow more than they listen. I'm still up in the air about that.
I don't think equality are not the same thing.
That's what I was about to say. That's exactly it. I don't think, well, you guys correct me. This is just my opinion. I think more women are talking about, and I'm saying majority because I think the feminists, I think there's a big push for that, but I'm not necessarily sure that the majority feels like that. I think more women feel the equity aspect more than the equality aspect. I think that's where most women fall. And I think men may not know the difference between equity and equality.
I disagree.
Can y'all break down how you interpreted that?
I
you think men are hearing and how you are applying it?
I think what men are saying is that women want equality, meaning we want to do every single thing that you guys do, right? Like how you say, oh, who's going to protect the house? Like that kind of stuff. I don't necessarily think is that. I think not to say that there aren't some women that feel like that. I think most women fall in a category of equity, meaning that they want to have that access to do the things that they would have access to do things that they would want to do. So I liken it to kind of how in the school system. So what equity is in that regard is if you have somebody that, let's say a disabled kid that may not necessarily be able to do certain things, you're going to create a space for that kid to participate as much as possible. And that creates a space of equity because he still has access. He's not limited because of a disability.
So I completely disagree. Mistaken. I think men understand the ideal of equity between men and women because of the way they value femininity and the way that they hold it up the way that they do. I think they see it as something just as valuable as their masculinity. I think women are in search of equality without understanding their value in femininity and are more dismissive towards that and are looking more towards equality. Like, I could do this, so can you. You can do this, so can I. And it doesn't have to necessarily be a direct tit for tat. But when I hear a lot of these conversations of like, you know, the gender wars, it's, well, you know, you can sleep around, so why can't I? Well, you can do this, why can't I? Right? I think that they're not understanding that I inherently have value as a woman. You inherently have value as a man, which is what equity is, right? I think a lot of women are more confused about equity and equality than men are. Traditional men. Let me preface it by saying traditional men.
The reason I'll push back on that is because when you're listening in these spaces, it's it is a lot of the pushback on the yeah, you guys want to be equal. You want to do this, so then go ahead, pay half the bills. You got to sleep. Yeah, there's going to be cost to you sleeping around, but I'm still hearing the same talking points. I think when you understand equity on both sides, it looks totally different than that. Like, I agree. Women are like, well, if you sleep around, then why can't I sleep around? You know, that kind of stuff. And I think if we really think about it, I don't think the sleeping around benefits anybody, especially in our community, because nobody's necessarily getting married. We're just producing children in situations that it doesn't. When it's not done right, we end up in a situation where we have now where there's just fatherless homes. So
I agree with you, mistaken on that front, right? In terms of I guess like the grander scale of things, but here's like what it looks like in practice, right? Men get celebrated for sleeping around. So much so, right, that like more traditional women are taught to not talk about your husband's bedroom skills, to not entice another woman to be tempted to try it out, right? Whereas if a man hears about a woman's bedroom skills from another man, he's already classified her as a woman who's not virtuous and not worthy of marriage, right? So here's the thing, right? And I wish Shan was here because she says it all the time. If ladies keep their knees together, then everybody keeps their knees together, right? And so there's a cause and effect to that. If more women who were not actually, I think 304s is the going, terminology, like professionals, right? If they're not sex workers, if women who are not sex workers kept their knees together, a lot more men would be opting into marriage in order to have access to sex. A lot more men would unintentionally be exercising dick discipline or de-discipline because the access is not there, right? Because a woman's value is in her virtue. A man's value is not in his virtue, it's in his productivity, right? But you put the two of them together and they hold equal weight. A virtuous woman pairs up with a productive man, right? And then you get the perfect pairing. They hold equal weight. That's what equity looks like. We are different, but our weighting is the same. Whereas equality means if you sleep around, I sleep around. And then we get nowhere. And I think that's where, because the men have been like, from time, like, ladies, know your value, know your worth, know your value, know your worth, right? Like, we're still going to try, but you got to keep it together, right?
But can you be the solution and problem at the same time?
Yes.
Yes. Mistake.
Yeah.
Because I just think that's it's hypocrisy.
Nope.
It's not.
It absolutely is. You can't. That's just like no. That's just like a crack dealer talking about, man, these crackheads, look at our community, it's so messed up, these crackheads messing up, but you're participating in it by selling drugs.
Hang on.
So that's hypocrisy. You can't.
I think that's a beautiful example. And let me show you exactly how that example works. Is it not the dealers that go into the community and give handouts? Is it not the dealers that help out financially? Is it not the dealers that provide protection for the community? And here's the other thing.
But you're creating a problem that need the protection.
Exactly. But so does the education system. So does the pharmaceutical system. So does the banking system.
And it's not working. That's my point.
But that's the reality we live in, right? And I think we can't dismiss what exists for the ideal, right? Like, if we're going to actually solve the problem, we have to actually acknowledge what the problem is without like being so dismissive about it, right? Like, the problem is literally the solution. They are one and the same almost all the time.
Well, I guess that's my thing. If we shouldn't we be working towards the ideal? Not saying that we may ever get there, but I think that is supposed to be the goal.
So this is the goal. We look at it historically. So what we're trying to do now is something that's never been done. And the one thing that is very simpish of men to do is basically call for discipline of men without any restriction on the freedom of women. I have looked far and wide. Never has anybody ever achieved reunifying their community without putting strict like restrictions on male access to women and fatherly, like just basically putting a chastity belt on them. That's the one thing I believe like modern women do not want. So because when the talk is so strong about restriction to men simply because they don't want to have the accountability of having to do it for themselves. Literally everything that men can do in terms of restricting women is actually good for them. That's the crazy part about it. Keeping your daughter's legs closed is good for her because what does she ultimately want? Marriage. What do men ultimately want? Virtue and chastity. So it works better for everybody. Women don't look at it that way simply because it's restricted. What they want is to be able to open their legs to whoever they want to, but also get to marry who they want to. They can't have it both ways.
And I agree with that. I don't think that is cool, but what I do think will be best in the best interest for everyone is that everyone follow that rule in terms of just having self-discipline in general.
So Enos touched on it. She touched on it. She said, if women keep their legs closed, dick discipline automatically applies. Literally the only way. So here's the funny thing about it. Bachelors and all this type of stuff, you had to abide by whatever the rules were because the father said, I love this girl. Like just imagine the intensity of a love that a man has for a woman he can't touch and how much it's intensified because he knows he has to marry her. He knows he has to go through all the motions. The way men used to do it is just like, hey, I got to scratch this itch. Let me go get a lady of the night because I can't do nothing because I got a girl that I'm courting. But because I'm a human, let me go do this off to the side while I'm doing everything the right way over here. That is the way it's been done simply because women close their legs. Whenever you do this type of thing the right way, men won't have virtuous women to smash. The bad part about it is that we have women that present well, women that dress well, that are in fantastic careers, that will make them assets to their family, but they're not wanted by men because they're slores. Like it's weird.
All right, let me just pull this one up real quick. Okay, so James said, I will say this. A lot of men want sex like the alpha male players, but also want women to be chased. You can't have it both ways. And that was kind of what I was getting at, because what happens in this situation, what happens in this situation is that at some point, the women that you're smashing were chased, and now they're not.
No, prostitutes. Never mind. So, there have always been hoes. Always been hoes in society.
So okay, because Trigger Mike's getting really passionate about this, and I love it. Prostitution is the oldest profession known to humanity, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. Men want to sow their seeds and want wives that are chaste. They don't necessarily want to smash women that are chaste, right? They want to pick a partner that is virtuous, that is going to be a proper and accurate representation to how they feel they fit into society. They want somebody who is worthy of raising their children, somebody who's going to elevate them in terms of their status in society. That's not the professional 304. That's not the woman whose job is to get men off.
Well, see, I'm not referring to a professional 304. I'm just talking about on average, generally.
I hear you. I'm getting there. I promise. So the thing is, what men are complaining about right now is that because your average woman is taking on the same characteristics as the professional 304, right? That these women in the eyes of men are not worthy of being wives, right? And that's where the issue is if you are not going to keep your virtue and your chastity, what's the point in marrying you? I could just continue running through all of you and just keep moving like it's nothing, right? That being said, if women decided, nope, I'm going to be worthy of marriage, I'm going to keep my knees together, we're not doing this, I'm not playing this game with you, You can go spend your coin to do that. But I'm going to be the woman who is worthy of more than just a couple of bucks and a good night. I'm going to be the woman who's going to get protection. I'm going to be the woman that's going to get covering. My children that I bear for you are going to be publicly acknowledged as your children, and also get the inheritance, get the legacy, and get your last name. Because what was happening in the times where men did not have access to sex as freely as this is that bastard children did not get their father's last name. They did not, because they weren't getting inheritance. They
Jon
weren't
Snow.
acknowledged. That woman became responsible for those children, whereas the woman who was married, who was virtuous, her children were taken care of by the husband. That woman also did not have to work, whereas the 304 still had to be a 304 to have income to take care of her children. And I think we've conflated the fact that this woman is having a good time and getting paid to do it. And now all of a sudden that's been glorified. And now women are looking to mimic that without understanding the repercussions of what that woman had to go through back then.
Do you know
what? Best explanation I've ever heard.
Yeah. Do you know what's really crazy about all this? Because if you really look at it, even though we have things that we call socially acceptable in today's day and age, men somehow have found a way to judge women anyway on this. If you look at the community, especially as black men and eligible black men, they are choosing not to marry by default. Because when we act like it's like by default, the women who are outwardly projecting this image that they are promiscuous, like, twerking on them headlights. Come on, like what? So naturally, when you see who suffers the most from lack of marriage, you see, it's almost as if there's something in our biology. Exactly. It's almost like it's something in our biology that says, yes, we know men will sleep with them. Everybody says, oh, you shouldn't sleep with them. Literally, a woman, man, putting her ass out there is saying, sleep with me. Men are going to do that in droves. But the one thing we cannot, it's like some men cannot do, is take this woman serious enough to give his last name to. Like, naturally, it's almost like men cannot do it. Right.
I look at it from a perspective, from a morality issue. If you say that you are a person of character and moral, and I'm not naive to the fact that this happens. Don't get me wrong. I'm not naive to that fact. But what I'm saying is, from a morality issue and a character issue, is that I don't think sleeping around from men or women benefits either in that regard. It just doesn't. And if we sit here and have these conversations and say, yes, it's a biological thing for men or whatever, we can give scientific proof about that or whatever. But what separates us is that we do have the ability to not necessarily act on instincts. Like animals only have their instinct, right? We have the ability to reason and things like that. So what I'm saying is, if it's a morality issue, a character issue, I think a lot of times what's right and wrong is not gender specific. What's right is right when you're looking at it from morality issue, and what's wrong is wrong. That doesn't change because a man does it or a woman does it. And if you're living your life according to a moral compass, then I don't think that would be okay from either side. That's all I'm saying.
I try and be as moral as possible, right? From a man's stance, it's not morally wrong to sleep with like women. Like, we don't view it that way. That's something y'all see.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. You don't view it that way, but that don't mean it's right.
No, morals like your internal morals. There's something that's your set of beliefs. As men in general, we don't view it like that. That's how y'all view it. And then y'all unilaterally apply it to us. Like when they be like, yeah, y'all out here creating soul ties. Men don't create soul ties through sex.
There's one thing that we also got to add to that. Let me say this part. So mistaken. You have to also realize that women respond to shame from men very, very quickly. You actually do. Men actually do not care about shame that we receive for women. What we would care about, though, is shame from men. Men do not shame other men for sleeping with a bunch of women. As soon as that starts happening, then we'll likely care. But dads, I've known dads to be like, You slept with who? Hey.
In this space, I hear them kind of champion being a virgin and trying to have dick discipline and all that stuff. I absolutely had none of that when I was in college. I keep it real. I enjoyed myself to the utmost. And when I hear them talk about that stuff, I laugh and be like, y'all niggas missing out. I don't know what to tell you. Like, none of that is gonna shame me.
So I'm gonna jump in, right? Because I hear what the gentlemen are saying, and I also hear what Mistaken is saying. The majority of religions encourage chastity for both men and women, right? If we're looking at just the scriptures, whether it's the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, whatever scripture that you look at, chastity is important for both men and women. In Islam, like there is a direct ruling from the scholars that very, very heavily expresses that, you know, chaste men should be with chaste women. That if you are not a chaste man, then, you know, your entitlement to a chaste woman is lesser than, right?
Did you just call our dicks dirty? Is that what you just did? You said we are dirty.
in the eyes of God, right? But
Dirty D.
here's the thing, right? There's and this is what I was saying to you earlier, Mistaken. There is the ideal, and then there is the reality that we live in.
Agreed.
The ideal exists, right? The ideal is that people stay virgins until marriage, right? However, that I don't know of a time where that has actually been a reality for people, right? Where men keep their chastity, and that it is celebrated and valued as it should be, according to a lot
very small group. And that's why I talk about that, because that has been my experience in terms of like growing up around. Yeah. So that's why
I love that. Yeah. Right. But I think until we can get that really, really small minority to grow, I think that conversation becomes really troublesome, because we aren't going to find progression, because people are just going to say it's unrealistic, right? Like that just deads the conversation. So until we can get women to, you know, take their chastity under control and their virtue under control, and start to create more men, because the economy is not going to be getting better anytime soon, right? So a lot of men are not going to have access to sex the way that they did before. If women can do that, then we can start to have that conversation a little bit more, right? But until we can do that, until we can stop women from giving away their chastity so freely, we're having a conversation that goes in circles.
Well, if that's the case, then this whole conversation is a moot point based on what you're saying, because telling women at this point to close their legs, as you said, trying to be realistic as opposed to idealistic, when you have generations of this behavior, the likelihood of it correcting itself to not doing it, then I think is a moot point.
Yeah.
So I think men are the most chaste people in general. By default. I'm gonna tell you why.
The hoes and tricks. What do you mean why?
Let me just explain this. Unlawful sex, right? That would be probably sodomy. Most men won't let you get anywhere near entering their body. Chaste. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my gosh.
By default. By default.
Chaste. That's all I'm saying. And the chat challenging, where exactly in the Bible does it say and have a problem with men engaging in sexual?
America is a Christian country
with multiple women.
Sorry, say that again.
Where in the Bible, or the Torah, or the Quran specifically, does it say men can't engage with multiple women?
Outside of the confines of marriage?
No, just in general, even in the confines of marriage. Can a woman marry multiple men?
No. The major religions don't allow for a woman to marry multiple men, but most of the major religions have scriptures around polygamy for men.
So that
polygyny specifically.
That proves that men are You understand what I'm saying?
Within the confines of marriage, right? And so here's the thing, right? And because Google is free, and anybody in the chat that wants to look it up, you're free to. I'm not going to sit here and look it up. But here's the thing, right? Is at the end of the day,
I was going to say the same thing, so she took the words right out my mouth.
And that's fine, right? So like, if you don't believe in religion, then that's really up to you. But if we're talking about religion, which the majority of the world follows, right? It's in there, and if that's where you're getting your morality from, that's the guideline, right? Whether you choose to follow it to the T, whether you choose to believe that part or not, that's a personal decision, but it's there. All you have to do is really look at it, right? Like, sex is within the confines of marriage for the majority of religions. It's really that simple. And most religions will have, most of the major religions will have notes towards polygyny. That is where a man is able to have multiple wives, right? Not multiple sexual partners, multiple wives that he can have sex with, right? And so sex is still in religion confined to marital.
Well,
otherwise it's called adultery.
Yeah, and I think outside of the original marriage statement, because please don't quote me, I am not the most well-read on the Bible or any religious text, but I think it talks about purity of the spirit and all of that stuff, which I think is in relation to sex and keeping yourself chaste for both men and women. I think that's the way I've interpreted it.
Mm-hmm. And again, like I said, I'm speaking, I know, to the ideal situation. I know I am, but I also think that that's what, if we're talking about families and having strong, healthy families, I just feel like it's so hypocritical. A lot of times the stuff that we say don't necessarily match up with what we should be doing. And I think in my mind, I'm looking at the greater, the greater good. And I know it's idealistic, but I think we should all of us should be working towards that ideal, because that will have the best outcome.
Well, I was going to say, you're also a mom. And on this particular topic, you sound like one. So really, the bottom line, you should all keep it in your pants. Like, you literally sound like you're at the PTA's meeting. But really what it is that there are far more men with 50 bodies or more that are married men now than there are women with 50 bodies or more.
But you may not know the truth.
That are married women. Well, I mean, so let me.
I'm just saying, I don't know.
And mistaken, I will say this: the sexual experiences I had, they allowed me to be able to sit still and not be thirsty at every moment. Like, a lot of men who haven't had some of the experiences can be tricked about their home because they are like, oh, it's something new that I've never experienced. It's not much that I feel like I'm going to experience that I've never experienced before. So,
let me ask y'all this and be honest. And I'll take y'all word for it, because I'm not a man, but I'm just thinking about just on the level of human behavior. So do you think that as a man, you can go around and have sex with just hundreds of women, right? At your beck and call, whenever you want, you just having sex, random women. You find a woman you like, you get married. Now, all of a sudden, I could just stop. Because I think habits are built. So if you don't practice discipline, to think that you would be able to just go ahead and then just stop, I just find that difficult.
They say that this is what stops the ability of a woman to pair bond, right? So with the male, literally her promiscuity stops her ability to pair bond with a man. So if it was, I mean, for some reason, the statistic says a woman with 10 or more bodies is like, don't quote me, it's an exponential greater percentage of getting divorced. So and I would liken that to saying that if women are divorcing so easily and giving up, quitting on their marriage so easily, it's likely because they had a hard time forming a bond with the man, right? I would just say that because they're promiscuous. Now, if it's 10 bodies for a woman, I literally don't know how many bodies it is for a man. Because when you literally look at college educated men like me, who were frat boys and all this stuff. The amount of women that I slept with to me has no bearing on my ability to commit, be a good husband, be a good father, and focus on the woman. In fact, I did so much of it because I knew purposely I was going to have to stop and set an example for my siblings. And when I stopped, the buck was over. Like, you see what I'm saying? So I don't know how many bodies it's going to take for a man to kind of swear off women and think all women are hoes and all of that, but it is far more.
Now, do you think you're the majority or the minority in that situation?
I think the majority, like just talking to men, especially, I'm sorry, knowing how many men are exactly like me that are married, I would have to say this is normal. This is normal.
And I think if you
straight up floors, you know what it is though. You know what it is. This is actually the difference. I think Enos was talking about in productivity versus virtue and chastity. My ability to get married just means that I was ready to focus. That's it. Focus and organization come with my image. Right now that I'm ready to start performing better at work, I'm ready to start getting promoted and doing all of this. It comes along with the image. So it's not just, stop having sex with multiple women. It's me ready to advance my life in a productive way and put that image out to the world. So I associate that with my ability to stay still and commit to my wife.
So, okay, I have a question.
Yep.
Because I see Marcus nodding, so I'm going to ask.
Man, can y'all acknowledge the fact that I'm on the panel or not? Man?
Right.
We're
trying to keep it.
I mean,
We're trying to keep it at
4
a
hours.
level.
Go ahead.
Before we let chaotic talk, let me go ahead.
Jesus Christ. I go to white panels, they acknowledge me.
All right. Alex P. Simp is just word used by dudes. Oh, I read that one already. Come with, let me make sure. I think I read that one too. Did I read this one? Let's be honest, most Black women want, okay, yep, I see where I left off. All right, Michael Newell, critique, learn to pronounce a noun, a detailed analysis and assessment of something, especially a literary, philosophical, or political theory. What year was it? 90, 80, 70, 60? Curious. I don't know what that is.
He's talking about when we were going over Black women being critiqued. I still don't quite understand what question he's asking, though.
No.
He said what time period were y'all held under the microscope the way Black men were propagandized? I think was the question. When were men?
I would say from the beginning of time. I think both of us suffer from the stereotypes that started from slavery. Like when you look at that, we all suffer from our stereotypes are different, but they're all negative.
No, I agree. I'm saying, well, to his point, I'm arguing for him because I believe he's asking, when did Black men in mass go on a campaign against Black women publicly, facilitated by someone else?
So I don't think the conversation we were having was Black men specifically critiquing Black women. It was just that Black women were critiquing point blank, period.
Yeah.
So I think we're arguing that Black women, but Black men in general are arguing that Black women aided in critiquing Black men publicly and creating a narrative that we not shit.
Well, let's be honest. I think that's the problem with us in general. We do it to each other. I think we have gotten away from keeping stuff in house.
But I don't think that started until the feminist movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's still a fairly new thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
In terms of like the scale of how long Black people have existed.
Mm-hmm.
It's still relatively modern in the last like 50, 60 years.
Okay.
Kevin,
all right, Alex P. Keaton, tell me you didn't read the Bible without telling me you didn't read the Bible.
I'm not Christian. I'm not a Bible scholar.
Ben, Dataclysm book, 80-20 rule. Now it's more like 95-5. Most women want only the top men. The average man does have options like the average woman.
I don't agree with that. The average woman has way more options than the average man.
Also, that math doesn't add up.
It sure does
the
not.
average woman wants the top 5% of men, then wouldn't that give the average man less opportunity?
Right.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think by nature, everybody want what everybody considers the cream of the crop. You know what I'm saying? That's the ideal we're talking about. Everybody wants the best, but the reality is that you're not going to have access to it. That's why it's considered minority, because most people won't obtain it.
But men in general aren't planting a flag in the sand saying, I'm gonna die, I'd rather die alone than settle for something under the top 5%. That's kind of the talking points on YouTube. Whether I believe that that's what women actually do or not, because I don't actually think they do that.
No, because most people who are married to average people. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, just statistically, the numbers aren't there to support
that. And he probably meant doesn't. So that would make sense. Most women only have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Most women want only the top men. The average man doesn't have options like the average woman.
Okay.
Shout out to you, man. Y'all showing us a lot of love tonight.
Yes, thank you. All right, we're about to wrap it up.
Huh?
My bad, chaotic.
Happy Black History Month to you. Give me 1 second. Happy Black History Month to you guys. I just wanted to come over real quick and say this. I find it, I'm going to be real quick, by the way. I find it blasphemous that men, and not just the men on the panel, but men in general, would even listen to women interpret the Bible. The Bible is not meant for a woman to interpret. And the Bible, yes, it was written by men. We are the masters and commanders of the universe. And polygamy is divine. Let me tell you something, Mistaken. And let me tell you something, Naz. And let me tell you something, Shan. When I was 12 years old, man, when I first hit puberty, I was trying to hunch on every piece of ass that I saw. It's in our nature as boys and then men. Other than the female relatives that we have, whenever we are around women, we think about coochie. The only reason why we are monogamous is because of rules and regulations and laws. God himself told men to be fruitful and multiply. So it's in our nature to be polygamous. I just find it odd that women are interpreting the Bible. What are your beautiful eyes even looking at the Bible for? That's not your eyes. Your eyes are not meant to read the Bible. Your eyes are meant to wash dishes. Look at the dishes and see how much dishwashing liquid you need to put in the sink. I don't get it. Like, I can't believe this. Like, it's let me ask you a question. Let's be honest. Do you guys really think that women should read the Bible and interpret the Bible for men? I'm talking to the men on the panel. AP, you're a simp. Go ahead, sir. What do you think?
So we slinging insults. That's what we doing.
I mean, come on, man.
Wait, hold on. No. If that's what we doing, then that's what we doing. I'm gonna go all in, and I'm gonna hurt your feelings.
Okay, seriously. Do you think women are supposed to interpret the Bible and spout nonsense to men? Come on, AP. Come on.
No, I don't believe women should lead men in any capacity. Actually.
Thank you.
If you're asking me to be direct.
Okay.
Sir Chai, what super chat did I miss? I thought I read all of them. Hold on, let me go back. All of the ones that were here I read. I'm sorry if I missed it. I don't see any more. My apologies.
Write it in the chat, and then we'll add it up because we want to make sure we get everything
right.
Y'all.
Yeah,
we really appreciate it.
So while we wait for Sir Shai to do that, I just want to say that chaotic. It's super disingenuous that you're wishing all of us Black History Month when you're questioning the blackness of some of us. I'm just gonna go ahead and point that out.
I gotta say this real quick. I gotta say this. A lot of you half breeds are just cosplaying as black. Let me ask you a question, Nas. Would you want your children to be dark skinned?
I would love for them to be dark skinned.
Okay. Okay. Well, listen.
And hang on a second before you continue.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Try to conquer real black people.
Yeah, I don't know how your listening skills are, because we definitely addressed this last time. I am a full-blooded African, both parents, full descendants. I can trace them over a multitude of generations where there is zero of anything other than
Ma'am, pure blacks are AP, me, and Trigger Mike. Let's be completely honest. Why are we playing here? We are Bantus. We are Bantus. Like, I'm sorry, man. Like, everybody's trying to pretend to be black. Just be mulatto, be mixed. Like the true Africans are the West Africans, the Bantus.
Right, because that's not how science works. Just
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's just so we're clear that is absolutely not how science.
My fault, Marcus. I'm sorry, Marcus. I meant to say you too. Go ahead, Marcus. I'm sorry. I forgot you're up here.
No, you got it. I'm a yield to Marcus. You got it.
Because here goes my problem with this, right? What next? Are we gonna have Italians claiming black? Are we gonna have Greeks claiming black? I mean, for God's sakes, you guys are conquering us. Go ahead.
A little bit of decorum. I yielded to Marcus, so it's Marcus's turn to speak.
He just moved. He just walked out. No, I'm not
I
trying
to get my history.
Man, oh God. What the hell is that, man? Some book that some Negro wrote?
Man, if you
hold on, how do you discount some black folks? Chaotic,
right?
How
if
do you
can
do
trace
that?
his lineage.
Do you know what part of Africa you're from, Chaotic?
I took the DNA. I'm somewhere in Nigeria.
I'm like, you all Nigerians. Stop taking the damn.
I'm on Shan's.
No, my husband, his was Cameroon.
Which is part of the greater part of Nigeria. It's all West Africa.
Who you talking to?
Here goes some more of the super chats.
Nas, I thought you was gonna get them today.
Guys, I was just having fun. Hey guys, I'll talk to you guys later. I don't want.
But your wife came in and was like, "You better not be talking to them superior Negroes."
All right, guys, I'll talk to you guys later.
Look, you got a quick question. The Africanness of the beautiful African sisters on the panel.
I found it, Sir Chai. To answer your question, I'm actually from neither. I'm from Yonkers.
Oh, she's not from New York at all. That means okay.
No, I'm all over New York. I'm from Yonkers. Then I moved upstate to Peekskill. Then I moved to Buffalo, and then I lived in.
Okay, how about this? Let's really do this. Let's really do this real quick. Let's really do this real quick. In my opinion, black is individuals who are Bantu and who have a particular complexion. That's my definition of black. I feel like lighter complected people or mixed people, they have this thing where they will claim to be black when it's convenient. And I feel like it's low-key trying to conquer the dark original black man.
I think it sounds low-key hating right now, but go ahead.
It could be hating, but the fact is that what next? Are we gonna have Eastern Europeans claiming black? Are we gonna have Italians? I hear Italians now claiming this dumb shit. Oh, I'm black. You know, our ancestors were. I'm like, no, they weren't, dude. You're white. Stop. Your ancestors were the Romans. Stop it. You're not black. You're not an African.
So if ancestry is African, and I've just stated that my ancestry on both sides is African for more generations than I can count, I don't understand why my blackness is still in question.
Ma'am, you're it's 2:00 in the morning. You're Eritrean, right?
No.
What are you, ma'am? What are you?
I'm from Djibouti.
Okay,
and
so that's Eastern Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's be honest. You and I both know that particular part of Africa it was a lot of Arab invasion. You can argue all you want, but a lot of your DNA probably has Arabic blood. Let's be completely honest.
So you're incorrect. It's actually the north of Africa that had a lot of Arab, which was the Ottoman Empire that invaded, because Arab is still a relatively new concept. East Africa was actually not invaded as often as North Africa. So no, you are absolutely incorrect.
So I guess the Somalis weren't invaded. I guess okay, I got you. So ma'am, let me ask you a question. When you look at, for example, when you look at AP, do you see yourself in AP?
Absolutely. AP looks a lot like one of my brothers.
Handsome man he is.
Do you have a picture to confirm this?
I'm not. We've had this conversation. I'm not putting up anybody in my life who's not consented to being up on the internet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't want to make this uncomfortable, but you asked me about blackness, and I'm just saying that I just feel.
No, I didn't ask you. You put my blackness into question
in a chat, and then you asked me on a panel, and I'm saying I just feel like black people are Bantus. I'm sorry, that's just me.
But I didn't ask you. You inserted your opinion. I said it was disingenuous to wish us all a Black History Month when you were questioning our blackness. That was not a question.
Okay, I got you.
That was a statement.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Are you Bantu?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for being
Cassius Chris. Did I say that right? Cassius or Cash? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Cassius, I said it right the first time. Mm-hmm. You didn't read mine. Okay, hold on. Let me go here. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Exodus 21:10. If he take him another wife, her food, her revenge, and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. You can have more than one wife. Okay. Machine, 90% of critique in the 80s and 90s was of Black men.
I don't disagree with that.
I think I agree with that as well.
I'm sorry about that.
Search, I mistaken. Oh, I answered that question. Yeah. Okay. Did I get it? Did I miss anybody else?
Somebody in the chat was talking about, you guys were talking about divesting. I would like to talk about that real quick.
Okay.
If you are, again, I've already said this, if you are a young man or woman in the chat that is Black, I am a strong proponent of divesting. I've said it over and I'll keep on saying it. I'm pretty sure every man on the panel has been with the white woman. It's like heaven. And but it is. And I've only been with a handful, like only a couple. So, I can only imagine the gloriousness of being with a white woman at all the time. And I love Black women, but I would say to any man, get you a white woman or seriously. And not like a meth head type white, but get you a nice white chick,
Are you saying to marry?
Yeah, of course, dude. We as a people, sometimes we are our own worst enemy. And I will say this into affinity, man. Maybe it's best that a lot of us start divesting, man. Black people, we don't really get along, man. And I will say this to a Black, when I was teaching, I used to tell the little Black boys, 15, 16, hey, man, instead of these little ghetto Black girls around the school, get you a white girl. And, of course I did. Nas,
I'm glad you're no longer in the school system. Appreciate that.
I was going to ask a question.
I'm just curious. Didn't you marry a Black woman?
But sir, I've already told you I love Black women. I find Black women to be very attractive. And
so why would you point somebody else the other way?
Because a lot of times Black men don't vet good. And what I'm saying is that at least if you get a white girl, you reduce a lot of problems that you will have with any old Black chick. See, my wife is conservative. My wife is what I wanted. She's tall, she's thin, she's conservative. She has a good family. And a lot of times Black people, man, we don't choose the right partner. But I'm saying, at least with a white chick, your options are a little bit better. She's not gonna, a lot of times Black women are more physically violent. They have a lot of drama. It's the truth, Nas. No, stop. You over there pretending that it's not. It's the truth. At least with a white girls.
If I could interject just here, I could tell.
Well, real quick, Nas. Real quick.
Wait, 1 second.
I just wanted to say I wasn't trying to jab at you, chaotic. I was curious, just trying to get to your stance.
No, I got you. No, definitely.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Nas.
No, you're fine. And it's Enos, by the way, chaotic.
See,
I find
right
it
there, right there. You see, you can't help yourself.
to
You didn't have to say it
correct you
like
on
that.
the way I say my name.
But the way you said it, though, it was like you were just being catty about it.
I think you are entitled to your feelings, and that's quite all right.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
So I
My fault.
I
Maybe
find it really interesting that you are encouraging Black men to white women, and
I've
yet
encouraged,
you are.
and vice versa. Don't go us and Black women dating white men. Yeah, vice versa.
And
Go ahead.
and that's fine, but in the same token, you are also dismissing the blackness of mulatto, and I think you called them half breeds. Was the term you
What?
used?
Yes, it's nothing wrong with saying half breed. There's nothing wrong with that. People say I'm short all the time. Is there? I mean, that could be seemed as bad too, right? No, you're just calling people what they are. I'm short. Some people are half breeds. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people are ugly.
Breeds are often referred to categorizing animals and not people.
Aren't we animals, Inaz?
Nope, we have free will
So
and
what are
the
we?
ability to reason.
Okay, so gorillas don't have the ability to reason.
Not what's been proven scientifically. No, they also do not have free
Um,
will.
I think you need to study a little bit up on that. Apes, we are all apes. We're animals. We're a part of the ape family. We're great apes. Some of us even look like chimpanzees and bonobos. I know I do.
Chaotic. You waited till we had 8 hours of conversation, and then you went to
4.
try and catch Inaz a little tired and try and see can you get your win back. It's not gonna happen, bro.
I'm not tired. I just refuse to go back and forth with people who won't listen to logic.
I think Inaz, you listen, Inaz, listen. You're the type of woman that when you get mad at a man, you definitely jerk the steering wheel. I could tell. Now here goes the thing. Now look, everybody has had that female that they got an argument with. They're on the highway driving and she had jerked the steering wheel. Everybody's gone through that before. And Nas definitely looks like she will do that. But here goes the thing, Nas. You don't have logic. Like women don't have logic. Why are you trying to pretend to be a man? Men have logic. You're
Right.
saying, not you.
So here's where you're wrong. I always let my partner drive. I don't drive when I have a partner, so I'm not ever in a position to jerk the steering wheel. And just because a woman does not have the same logic as a man does not mean that she does not have logic at all.
I forgot what we're talking about. What are we talking about, Inaz?
You have no logic.
Inaz. Listen, sweetheart. I know it's tough being a woman. You want to compete with a man. Listen, I understand it, but you don't have to. I'm not in competition with you.
I don't. How have we competed? How have I encouraged?
Because it's like every time I say something, you have this. Let me say something about that. Like, Inaz, just take it like it is.
So do you not understand the point of dialogue or conversation?
I do. I believe in what I believe. You believe in what you believe. Hey, call it like that. We can agree to disagree. I think I'm an ape. I think I look like one. I think I'm an animal.
I agree with you.
I let you think that. I didn't push back on that or anything.
I look like an orangutan.
Where the competition is coming from.
But is an orangutan part of the raisin family?
It's a great ape. It's orangutan, bonobo, chimpanzee, and human beings are all apes. We're apes. And we're apes. And the fact of the matter is that going back to the whole divestment conversation, yes, I encourage Black people to divest. We are our own worst enemy sometimes. And sometimes we don't need to be around each other. So yes, I've told Black women personally, listen, if you want a man, get you a white guy. Well, I still like black. No. You're having problems with Black guys. Get a white guy. I don't get why you won't do it. Why does that? I mean, what's going on, Enos? Go ahead. Why don't you like me saying that? And I heard what you're about to say, mistaken. It's good that I wasn't a teacher. See, that's why those schools are out of control. There's too many women in the schools.
So then where are you?
You would have to pay me $500,000 a year to teach especially black kids. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Me
At
too.
least a $500,000. I'm not going into no damn
So
school.
my question is, I understand a lot of men shy away from going in the classroom, but if y'all are talking about y'all want to raise healthy men or influence, young men to be better, then why not? If you don't
I have
want
the
to,
answer.
hold on.
Mhm.
Why not? If you don't want to go into education, then why not start like a program like Men of Valor or something like that? You can.
I have the answer.
Who said we don't?
I have
I'm
the answer.
asking.
I have the
I
answer.
don't know
You ready?
because I don't see it. That's why.
You ready for the answer, mistaken? Here goes the
Yeah.
answer. Black men need to take care of their own damn sons.
Children.
That's the answer. Children, especially. Yes, that's the answer. You don't need to have these little welfare, little nonprofit programs. And I will admit, Alpha Phi Alpha and so many Black Greek organizations are complicit in creating these stupid organizations and continuing this cycle. Well, at least they got these organizations for my little kid, and the Alphas and the Soup Kitchen and Jack and Jill, they help out. No, stop these little stupid organizations, man. I mean, these stupid little nonprofit little help the little Black kids who can't get it together. Now stop. No, take care of your own children. That's
No,
what you gotta do.
but that's the thing. If you're doing your job, your kids are going to be straight.
Yeah,
You know
that's
what
the
I'm
whole
saying?
purpose.
So
Yes, that's where
no,
it starts.
I understand. Yeah, that's where it starts. But see, I think that's part of the issue that we've moved from as a people in general, is that the best position that we've ever been in has been when we've worked together.
All right,
And
so
our people extended outside of just our families. Like when you look at all of the
yeah,
movements we had, we all came together, and now we're at a point where it's about me just getting mine. And
no,
historically, we
so
are a communal people.
yeah,
We're
no,
so
you're not wrong, mistaken. Here's the part that people keep. So I did an interview with Hidden Gems earlier in the evening. That's why I was late. All right, so that we are asking of Black men what has actually never been done before in history. You got to understand that the community itself is disjointed. So you're asking men in a disjointed. It's the community itself that makes it easier to reach out to other boys. So it's when men take care of their own children that the community itself has enough people, resources, and eyes on the children to start doing other things, right? So what we're asking for is men who still got to take care of their own children to now go reach backward. That's problem number
Exactly.
one. Problem number two is that people do not realize that the wisdom of women, this is not the first time houses have been void of fathers. Men used to die in war, famine, starvation, and other reasons and be gone out of the home. Women thought enough of their sons to say, I can't raise this boy. Let me out of a sense of urgency, they would push their boy. They would take the boy to the men of the community and say, please show him. Now,
because
do
the
women
men
do
were
that?
there. The men were there to do
But
that.
we're still here. We're still here. That's a fallacy to say that we're not. Now, do women bring their boys to the leaders of the community and say, please watch out for my son? No, most of them think they can
Let's
do it
be
for themselves.
honest. Are there leaders in the communities that I'm
Yes.
referring to outside of
Yes.
the ones that have the influence, like the drug dealers, and I can only speak in terms of where my experiences were, in terms of, like, I had my father in the house. I wasn't, I understand that I'm sitting and speaking from a place of privilege in that situation, because majority of where I lived at, there weren't necessarily a 2-family households or the father was in the house. You're not understanding that you're speaking from a minority in that situation.
I'm not. I'm not. So
You-
that's
you-
the
no,
overrepresentation of the.
saying that there's 65% of 65 to 70% of fatherless homes or single. Then I'm not making that
But
up.
we know that fathers not living in the home with their children and not having primary custody, not children that don't have fathers that are involved. So then we look at the system. That's why I said we're asking too much of Black men as it is, because the mothers are not pushing for anyone. So the crazy part about it is that men within the community naturally look out for the other boys. This boy is respectful. He's really looking out for my son. He can come with us to Disneyland. Hey, you need to ride to basketball practice. This is what happens within the confines of a community. Because the community is disjointed, you now want black men to have the responsibility to not only prepare for my own kids, but go out here and try to reach other people. It's damn near impossible. The other part that I really want to highlight that people don't understand here is that this is the problem in which most black parents find themselves in. How could I have enough impact on other black children without their negative habits affecting my own kids? Most parents can't figure that out. You won't take on that teenage nephew of yours because you got your own teenage daughter in the house. You won't take on that little boy who needs guidance because you got your own kids in the house. So we can't figure out, and this used to be a problem the community could solve together. But because there is no community, we're asking too much of black men who don't want to corrupt their own kids. It's like a problem that nobody can solve. Because I will go out here and mentor every black boy, but how can I bring my own son around him without that rubbing off on him, all those curse words and all that
well, I
toxicity
would
I got to
say
get
the
through to get
reason
through
I
to
would
those
say
boys,
yes is the reason I would say yes is because your kid already has that foundation. And a lot of times you don't stray far away from what has been ingrained and instilled in you. So in that regard, absolutely you can. I've witnessed and I've seen it with certain men in the community that reach back and try to be those mentors and things like that. And even as an example, like that's where part of a lot of these programs are coming from. And when you're talking about women bringing their boys to black men, I think that happens a lot. That's why a lot of times, especially in school, you see a lot of women rely on the coaches. They have their sons involved in sports, athletics, things like that, so they can be around men.
That's another part. That's another part of what I was saying, where black men already do this through the coaching and all of that. Because really, what is needed is you have to find long-term solutions to remove those kids from their environment. That's why it's almost as if I don't have hours long ability to affect them in that way, I'm sending them back to the same environment that's poisoning their mind, and all of my teachings will be undone. And I wanted to answer this particular question that said, you don't have to bring your son around them. Well, this is the problem that I told you I cannot seem to solve. Then he loses my time. Then I can't take him to soccer practice. This is the problem that can't be solved in the black community because there is no community, right? If I have my brother here, if I have my friend here that I could trust, if somebody else could take him, there is no community. So I'm pressed for time. This is what I want. This is the reality I want people to solve before we start getting into what's idealistic. You know what I mean?
So if I can,
can I chime in real quick?
Yep.
Because I do all of this. My kids are here every Friday. You see them. Well, you see me go off camera and get them situated. Right. That happens every Friday. I make sure that they're well taken care of, and I'm always present and active. I also am very active, very, very active in the community. Now, where you're correct, Trigger Mike, like once they go home, I can't fix them at home. What happens there is what happens there. All I can do is try to get them to stay the course when they're with me, and hopefully they can take what I teach them home with them. That's the ultimate hope. Also, yes, you can bring them. You have to bring them around your kids. Then they can actually see the interaction between a father and a son, a man and a son, and they can actually learn some of the habits. Hopefully, some of my son's habits rub off on them. The last thing that I have, and this is for both you and Chaotic, I 150% agree. Men need to be in the home. They need to figure out a way to be active and present in the lives of their children. Period. Point blank. Full stop. Right. But where the black community is at the moment, there's too many of these young boys whose fathers are not present. Do we just kick them to the curb and say we don't have time for them?
Yes.
Or well,
Yes.
if that
100%.
that's how you feel. I,
Absolutely, and I'll
th-
tell you why.
then
I
okay,
well, I'm gonna try to.
I'm listening.
Oh,
I'm
I'm gonna answer
serious.
your,
I was
I'm
serious.
gonna
That's why I'm
answer your
asking.
question, AP. I
Okay.
used to, believe it or not, guys, and I'm being serious. I used to be a completely different person back in the day. I used to be super pro black, blackety black, beating on drums, wearing dashikis. I used to be the first at an event and the last to leave. And what I'll tell you is that people will use you, people will undermine you, people will throw you under the bus. The very same people that you're helping, the very same administrators that you're helping, will throw you under the bus, especially black men. That's why black men have left these schools. Black men have been mentors to kids, have been teachers in schools, all for black women to say that he's a pedophile and why does he around all these kids? Black men have bent over backwards for young boys, and what do these boys do in return? They will rob them in old age, and they will commit all types of violence in the black community. Black, in my opinion, AP, it is my duty to be a conqueror, whether that is with my own people and with other groups of people. I want to win. I want to succeed. I want my bloodline to be at the top of the food chain. I don't care about anybody else anymore because what I've realized is that the very same people that I've helped will fuck. Can we curse over here, mistaken?
No.
Okay, well, F me. Oh, I'm glad I asked. Well, F me over. And they have before. The very same people that you allow in your house. I've even had fraternity brothers that I've allowed to stay with me, and they in turn F me over. So, no, you have to be brutal with people, especially what I notice with African Americans. You have to be brutal. Instead of allowing your friends to move in, instead of helping people, charge people. They will respect you more when you charge them. When a female asks you to help her out because she's too weak to do something, charge her. Because what will happen is if you get injured, she won't be in the hospital to help you out. If you get injured, she won't pay your medical bill. Absolutely not. If you see a woman on the side of the road who needs her car fixed, don't help her out because what if you get killed helping her out? I've seen a lot of men get hurt helping out women, set up helping out women. I've seen a lot of men get hurt helping out single mothers. All it takes is for a little kid to say you did something to them because little kids lie, and you got 3 and 4 baby fathers coming at you. That's why I refuse to be around single mothers. I refuse to even help single mothers get on. I take the I drink a little, so I take the train sometimes to the bars downtown. I've seen single mothers struggle to get on the damn train. You know what I do? I let them struggle because what if you help them in the baby carriage on the thing, and child father happens to be stalking her and see you, and you don't know what's going on and shoot and kill you? Absolutely not. It is my duty to conquer people, and that's how black men should have been back in the day. Our ancestors were too weak to figure that out. And for the person in the chat, give me a second, guys. And the person in the chat who said something about Martin Luther King helped out people. Martin Luther King was a Negro who marched down the street and begged a white man to eat at a restaurant. Yes, he's my fraternity brother, but facts are facts. He did not do anything for the greater good of society. He did not build any institutions for black men. He did not enrich any black men. So no, AP, I refuse to go to the inner cities. I've been to the inner cities. I've had single moms threaten me. I've had kids threaten me. I've had to ragdoll a few teenagers or two because black kids don't respect you when you're nice to them. Absolutely not. It's my duty to conquer them. It is my duty to create businesses for them so that I can hire them. That's it. That's my answer. Hopefully, I didn't black out too much, but yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I was listening.
Real
'cause
fast, Mike, can you look in the back chat?
Yep, I do.
Okay, because I need you to do that. Okay.
Yep.
Not cool.
Wait, right now, or
No, whenever you're ready.
oh, okay, all right.
All right. Well, it looks like what, Inaz. All right. So we're about to shut it down. It's going on. Yeah, this is a lot. Do anybody have any last statements that they want to say before we?
It was getting good. I
Y'all
want to
gonna let chaotic get the last word? What?
Like
I'm gonna let him
really
go
like
first.
that.
I'll even give the courtesy of letting him go first.
Well, guys, thank you for letting me come up or call in. I really appreciate it. I know that I bought a chaotic spin to everything, but in terms of the whole divesting conversation, please have at it. If you're a black woman and you haven't been lucky with black men, hey man, get you a Chad. If you are a young man who hasn't been lucky with black women, and truth be told, if you want to attract black women, get you a white woman or get you a white girl. In terms of the whole thing with educating black boys, absolutely not. No, first of all, I don't have any children, but no, no. We are finite beings living on a floating rock in infinity. I'm not about to waste my good years helping out some Pookie and Ray Ray's kids. No, absolutely not. No, I'm going to help myself become wealthy and rich. Because at the end of the day, none of these kids will care about you in old age. You may have one or two, but these kids don't care about you. No, I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy, and I want to conquer. So yeah, that's that. I guess hopefully you guys will invite me back. And Inaz, I apologize. I do consider you black. I was just trolling. I'll admit that all day. Okay, you're definitely not white. I mean, come on now. But salute to you. And mistaken, you look like you are a violent wine drunk. You've hit a nigga or two under the influence of wine. Keep it real. Keep it real. Keep it 100. Mistaken. Keep it real. Keep it real. Keep it real. Keep
In
it
my
real.
heyday, I probably would have stopped you. Yeah.
See, I told you.
You guys would have laughed so hard.
06 Trigger Mike, salute to you, AP, salute to you, Marcus. I saw your private chat, guys, by the way. Mistaken, Shan, thank you guys so much. In the chat, I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
All right. Anybody else have any closing statements that they would like to leave us on?
I want to say this, and I understand the point Chaotic came from, but we can't leave everybody behind. If we really want to be successful, we can't, because all that does is create another generation of a prison population and somebody else to murk you when you're going down the street minding your own business. If somebody doesn't reach out and at least make the attempt, if it's on your heart, because I don't think it's for everybody.
I agree.
I don't.
Yeah.
But it is heavy on my heart. So for me, it's important to me. That is part of the legacy I leave. So when my son and he gets his own family and he's moving in the direction he needs to go with his life, he's able to identify and recognize and also help the community as much as he did. And I want him to know that his dad gave everything, right? That's part of the legacy that I'm leaving. So not I know it's not for everybody, but if it's on you, don't shrug it away because of what some guy on the internet said was a dumb idea.
So let me tell you, even with what Chaotic said, so we have pretty much the same story. We're in the same fraternity and all of that. I think a big part of our position now comes from over a decade of hardcore, intensive grassroots work, only to have this, like, literally most of the men that aren't doing it, most of the men end up becoming elitists, and this is how it happens. Mm-hmm. When you try to help the underprivileged, that stuff that he was saying, and unfortunately, like, it's true in my experience too, and we serve completely different regions. When you try to help the underprivileged, it's literally like throwing, it's like the kid's gonna end up. They don't want help. They want, what's the term, where they want entitlements over, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like they don't want to be better. They want you to fix it. It's weird how you realize that the time that you're not investing in children that are showing up starts to get to you, right? So that's why you end up having men who turn into elitists and only helping kids who show up to the science camp, only helping kids who show up to the computer stuff, because you're like, I'm sitting here trying to help these other kids and their moms ain't bringing them. And so it literally frustrates the shit out of us over and over and over again, to where we just end up helping the people who show up in our own families, right? So what I'll tell people now is that it's going to get worse before it gets better, because this is the way a lot of black men feel and aren't voicing it, and then realize that they kind of just start to behave like an island onto themselves and realize that their biggest obligation is to their own family. And that's the one thing that they can put out there to say, I did something. Right. So, yeah.
I just want to rebut you just real, and I know we're trying to end it, but there is a certain gratification when something like this happens, and this is a true story from this past summer. A kid that I used to mentor about 5 years ago, for 2 years, is now going into he will be going into his senior year this upcoming year. Was at a football camp that I was coaching at.
Yeah.
He stopped me in the hallway and said, "Thank you for staying on me. I will go to college because of you." If like I got chills right now thinking about it. Those like you might not reach everybody, but I reached one.
So
I reached one.
I hear what both you gentlemen are saying, right? And I think both perspectives are really valid. I don't think we should discount how much of a burnout it can be for some people, especially when you're stuck working in a silo, right? Like Trigger Mike talked about how, vast his majority is. I'm sure each of the gentlemen was working within not only their own specific communities, but within their own specific skill set within that community, right? And until we can build partnerships with people and start to work as teams, I think it's so much to put on people that when you're managing everyday life on top of that, trying to be successful, trying to raise your children properly, trying to be a productive member of the community, trying to be a present and active husband and father, and whatever other hats that Black men take on, because they do wear multiple hats. I think when you're working in those silos, you could do just as much damage to the person who's trying to help, that if that person pushes themselves, could do just as much damage towards the community, right? And so I think if you can, great, but I could never advocate for somebody pushing themselves where it becomes an issue for them or the community that they're trying to serve. And I think both aspects need to be respected, right? Everybody should help where they can, where they're able to the capacity in which they're able to. And I think that's really where the sweet spot is without causing additional harm.
And the one thing I'll say, AP, is that it's oh my God, it becomes so insufferable. Like even thinking about some of the things I experienced, I had to put it off in my mind. Imagine being a 23-year-old new grad. So I'm broke. I made like $35,000 a year. All right, running a literary skills camp, and all of the instructions say. So I'm already driving 20 something miles to get to that part of the city. Now imagine all the single moms dropping their kids off, and all it said was leave lunch with them during the summer. 5 days free, 5 days a week for like 3 weeks.
Damn.
And half the moms out of 50 kids did not bring lunch. And a 23-year-old got to go buy McDonald's McChickens, who's already broke, struggling to pay his rent. This is the type of stuff that we will make you say, oh my, like, you see what I'm saying? This is like, we definitely don't want to sit here and like just cry about it and complain about. I'm just saying these are the experiences that just make people like shake their head like, yo, you leave me the food stamp card. You can do, I will do anything, just don't drop him off with no food because you feel like it should be free since we're doing a camp. Oh my God.
Man, I get it. Again, it's not from everybody, and I think Inaz hit it right on the head.
You help where you can, and what I'm saying is I do believe that there is more than one way. What I'm hearing though is like, even if there is more than one way, I am just going to focus on my family unit. But I think part of just as part of our humanity, just in general, is to serve. I think that's the core of us as humans, is to serve. So I do believe finding what capacity you can serve. And I just kind of find like a lot of times we're in such our not even generation, but our world is just about self. And I think, we just kind of need to move from that if we're going to, if the goal is to seek for better outcomes, especially for our community. So the question is, how can you serve your community? You said, nope, it can't be in the school system. That's just not my thing. I tried it. I don't think you should stop finding where your niche is. So your niche could probably be, let me tackle more so the school system. Let me vote to be on the board. So then that way, maybe I can get some curriculum in the school system that would benefit, like making financial literacy a mandatory class, something like that. So I think there are different ways that people can serve that makes them, that's comfortable for them. Not everybody
Another,
built to be in a hood, doing something.
I was going to say another big point that we want to make up is that there are so many funded programs that exist that people don't show up for.
That's true. That is true.
I agree.
That is
so
true.
many.
So
but I'm gonna be honest, I've also experienced a lot of people not being aware of those programs. I'm in that, like there were programs in the school that I'm working in that I did not even hear of until I had like some kind of meeting, and then somebody said something. I'm like, we have that in our school. So I also think it's not necessarily, broadcasted the way that it could be, so more people can participate. But I do agree with you.
So that goes back to what I was saying about like working in silos, right? Like Trigger Mike having that camp. If he had partnered up with, after day 3 of seeing this happen, if he'd partnered up with, a local restaurant that wanted to help, right, and provide lunch for everybody, right? Like that type of community, that type of working in tandem with each other of where everybody's strengths are, is really what stops the burnout and what creates more lasting change, right? But I think because we don't already have community, silos is what gets built, and like people just kind of work in pockets and in what they're good at, and you only talk to your immediate people and it never really gets out, right? So if those programs that you didn't know about mistaken were run by people who were working in tandem with other groups and this group, all of a sudden they have to add additional resources because they just don't have enough funds for the amount of people that are coming in, right? And that's really where the struggle is, of like, you have to have community in order to stop working in silos, but you can't, you're working in silos because there isn't a community. And so we have to find out where to break that cycle.
Yeah, I figured it out. That's why I maintain focus on my immediate family. I went and asked my father, and and other men. The funny thing about African men is they've all got the same answer to this. Their answer is stop helping. They keep failing because you keep helping. It sounds crazy, right? But AP, you're right. You help that one that you know is receptive. You help that one that you know will listen, that you have the trust of his mother and can take them. You help those in increments. You create bonds with families and the other, to where you can help where you can and have the freedom to do so. But the one thing nobody ever wants to admit is that it has to get worse before it gets better. Literally, the desperation. So the one thing you can actually do is mandatory custody for all fathers. If you really want this to change overnight, just send these kids, run these daddies their kids. That's number one. Number two is cancel the entitlement altogether. Stop it. Like literally, not Africans know this very well. If you want to see the character of people bring about suffering, these ladies don't suffer. These kids, like I'm sorry, the parents don't suffer and they don't have enough desperation to even see the problem they created. That's why they're dropping them off to me with no lunch, because they just figure I'm going to take care of it. He's not going to let the kids starve. You see what I'm saying? That was pure disrespect and characteristic of them being entitled. How are you poor and entitled? The only way I can change that is to let you know how bad things can really get. So unfortunately, I'm on that now.
I don't know if I disagree with some of that though.
No, I agree. And mistaken, I know you were talking about like, God and the purpose of humanity is servitude, right? And I'm not entirely sure how it works in Christianity, but in Islam, your service is to God first, your family second, your community third. That's the hierarchy of it, right?
I
and
agree
so
with you. Yep.
there are some people who don't have the capacity of past serving God. And there are some people that don't have the capacity to serve past their family, right? And so there are some people who are blessed enough to be able to have extra to serve their community, but that's not everybody's same capacity.
I have a question though. So if the hierarchy is serve God, right? You don't think that part of that servitude to God is to serve others?
I think that's within a person's capacity, because sometimes some people struggle with so much that just like fighting your own demons is more than enough of a challenge for them. Right? And we see that in people who aren't able to work through their traumas and connect with somebody to build a family. There are some people who struggle because they haven't had the example of family to try and keep their family the way that it is, that they don't have enough to be able to pour into their community. All of that is still servitude of God, right? But the people who are able to work through their demons, to build their family and have some left over, those are the people who have enough to serve their community, right? And I think that we need to respect people's capacity and not push them past what they're capable to, because at least the way that we're taught is that could be really damaging to that person's relationship to God, right? If you push somebody past what they're capable of doing.
All right, guys. I like this part of the conversation, bringing it to an end. This was ending on a positive note. Does anybody have anything else to say before we close out? All right.
I love my Friday nights.
All right, guys. Thank you for spending your Friday, now Saturday morning with us, and we will see you next week.
5 hours. Who do we think we are?
I know.